Because we're cool like that.
All right.
Also, fun fact on Twitch, like I have that up just so I'm like seeing chat and whatever else, and I'm on Froggy's account on Twitch.
Oh,
I'm half tempted to like say wild stuff.
I mean, you could. You could say
Just
out of
start-
pocket shit and screenshot it and be like, how could you say this live?
Oh, this is how we cancel Froggy. Just kidding.
Start gifting subs, just tons of subs. All right, let me flip us over to the media share stream, and we will officially get started.
Yeah.
Started.
There we go. Oh. No, we're so
Whoa, we're
teensy.
here. We're just little guys.
Aw.
We're just little guys in a big old world.
Let me fix the chat slightly.
My dreams. I just want to be like, what is it? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh yeah, for real. Oh, to be small.
I want to experience the world the borrower's experience.
Oh, for real, for real.
Oh,
You get me.
I shrunk your avatars a little bit below the panel just so we could see the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome everybody. I see Lava King. I see Red Dragon. How you folks doing this evening?
How's
Hello.
everybody? Hello.
We
Hello,
are here
everybody.
on the stream with me. As you can tell from the icons, I have Pwups and Banannie.
Hey,
Hello.
We are going to be officially debuting this big double album music project that I've been talking about for like 6 months. And so I think it'll be an interesting discussion on art and music processes, and maybe a venting session too. We'll see. Oh,
Ooh,
and I
we're
see
venting?
Soggy
Yeah,
Froggy is
maybe.
here.
I
Oh,
want to hear about the drama. I'm so excited. If you feel like talking about it anyway.
oh, I see. I keep forgetting that Thursday is Lava King's judo night. Usually,
What? Judo?
yeah, you know, judo, the art of folding clothes while people are still in them.
Oh, that's hella awesome.
Never heard it described that way before.
Or involuntary yoga.
That's really
Usually,
cool.
when Lava King pops in on Thursdays, we get all sorts of stories of like injuries, and sounds like a tough
Damn.
grind.
Fighting the fight, winning the war, and all that crap.
Isn't that, what is it? Is judo one of those self-defense things? Like you don't fight for violence, you only fight if you're provoked or something? One of those is.
I think so, because it's mostly about grabbing, right?
Yeah, it's very
When people come at you.
throw and grappling. There's a
You know,
lot
I've
of
never
like,
watched real grappling, real judo.
It's pretty cool.
It's like redirecting opponents' momentum and
Ooh.
like using it against them to like flip them all over the place.
I like that comment from Lava King. Welcome to the grab zone, ladies.
Grabbing
Very
in
cool.
PJs. Okay, so let me break down how we're gonna do this for the stream and for everyone else, and kind of explain. So what I've got, you can just see a black screen. I have YouTube pulled up here, and we have 2 compilation videos because there's 2 albums. And what we're gonna do is, just like we did for Lost Kingdom, it feels like months ago now.
Yeah.
I will start up the video, which is being simul-streamed to Pwups and Banannie, so they can see and hear this in real time. And we will do it song by song. I'll play the song in the video and just pause it. And then we'll talk a little bit about the process that went behind into the music and the concept art that goes with each one. And then we'll go down the line for all the tracks. There's 10 in each release. So for the first one, we're doing Neon Night Lounge. Again, this is the one Pwups worked on. So we'll do tracks 1 through 10. And then after that, we will flip over to Far Future Days, the one that Banannie worked on, and we'll do the same thing. And so everybody here will be getting a chance to see the stuff that's been worked on and hear us talk a little bit about everything that went into it. The good, the bad, and like Red Dragon was saying, the lore. And so if everybody's ready, we will start with the we'll start with the beginning of the video intro.
Oh, let's go. Let's a fucking a go.
Oh, that's weird. I wonder why. I think the alerts might be slightly
Hi, Sour.
delayed, but thank you for the resub, Sour Lad. Very much appreciated.
Hello, hello.
I wonder. I might not have my alerts on this layout, but I can see them, so that's fine.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but I see them all over the place and I love them.
Oh, I have been seeing those. I have no idea what those are, but I've seen them everywhere.
They're so funny.
Like the Shadow Wizard Money Gang
Yeah.
members?
They're
Yeah.
like, is that the one where they're like different colored cloaks and it's all
Yeah.
these like weird little memes? Yeah.
Yeah. And then they like shoot penis blasting rays and then people explode. It's great.
Is that really part of the wizard posting stuff?
I think so. I
Oh
saw
my god,
somebody
I had no
explode.
You had to say that when I was drinking. Thanks.
idea. Good take.
I'm learning things.
Live on stream.
All right.
Wizard posting.
Only the best posts here.
Without further ado, let us start the video.
Drumroll.
And let me know from folks on stream and on the simulcast if I need to tweak volumes. But we'll be
You're
quiet
good.
in the actual video.
Ooh.
Okay, so that was track number one from the Neon Night Lounge, Cloudless Skies. And I'll back up a little bit for the image so we can talk a little bit about it. Real quick, scrolling up in the chat. I guess, yeah, I need to fix my alerts for this type of layout, but I did see this is a resub from, I believe, Red Dragon. Thank you for the resub, dude. Much
Thank you,
appreciated.
thank you.
I did also see a first time chat from D Cruz 311. Welcome, welcome.
Chris, your first time here. Hello. Welcome to Raku Stream.
Hopefully you enjoy your tour through the music collection.
Yeah.
And so, talking about the style of this release, to kind of kick off the discussion here, Neon Night Lounge is designed to be kind of like a mellow, chill, somewhat ambient series of songs. So you're going to hear kind of a lot of mid-tempo-ish, some slower type of rhythm stuff, and a lot of what kind of inspired the style for this one. I've talked about this before a little bit, is trip hop. So I tried to mix in some stuff like jazz elements, electronic, like slower dance type elements, and really kind of communicate the vibe of like a chill, mellow place that people are hanging out. And so the strategy for the art, and then I'm going to turn it over to Pwups so that they can talk through the process. What I asked Pwups to do when I approached them for this commission is I said, I've got 10 tracks, and each one I would like to commission a mini scene involving characters. And so I tasked Pwups with creating a cast of characters to use in the scenes for each of the individual 10 tracks. And so each song is going to have its own dedicated scene featuring characters. And I think it would be probably the first thing to do to answer some questions from the chat that may come up is introduce the cast, and then, you feel free to talk about for Cloudless Skies, what was going through the whole process when you were doing this particular scene. So go ahead, Pwups.
Right. Okay. So, I guess you said characters first, right? Okay. So, unless there's 2 out of the 5 characters I designed for Aku, um, I kind of gave them names, but not really. But on the left, you can see the guy with the antlers. Yeah, he's long. And his sort of like theme is like a dragon, I guess.
Oh,
Uh,
real quick, we got
ooh,
Soggy Froggy dropping 5 gifted subs in the chat.
holy moly,
Oh,
Froggy and
thank
his
you.
generosity. Wow.
Wow,
Yeah,
thank you, Froggy.
thank
Wow,
you.
wow, wow.
That's very
Thank you
kind of
very
you.
much.
Enjoy the gifted subs, folks, and
Yeah.
the additional emotes.
Fancy.
Fancy,
Wait,
fancy.
who says nothing good comes out of Jersey? I don't say that.
I say that about Queens.
Mm.
Uh, I guess I'll get back to it.
Yep. Please continue. Sorry.
Right. So I guess I should have started with, but when I created each 5 characters, I kind of gave myself some rules, and I went with a specific sort of fashion style. I don't know what it's called, but uh, so don't ask me that. But it's kind of obvious, I think. It's like that sort of future tech sort of wear. And then I gave them all sort of like a vague animal inspiration and a color. And I sort of tried to keep to that. And they all have about 4-ish colors, 5-ish colors. Yeah.
I
So
would
the
kind of
guy on the
describe it
left,
as like
long.
futuristic urban.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know what it's actually called. I just kind of looked on Pinterest and I was like, that's the style I'm gonna draw. And that's what I went with. So yeah, guy on left, that's long, and then the girl on the right is Tora. She's got purple and red.
Oh, that
And I think
purple in
she's
the
cool.
eyes. Yeah, it's so nice.
Yeah. And I guess I'll finish by saying for this one, I hated drawing this one a lot because there's a background, as they all have. And also, I had to use a 3D model because I could not figure out how to get that angle right. So if it looks funky, I'm sorry. I'm just a little guy. Don't
Oh,
look
it
at
looks
me.
really good. Great.
When we were discussing the sort of setup for the scene, so I didn't have any sort of primary or like storyboarded stuff. We'll kind of talk about that for Bananny's set of scenes, but for Pwups, I basically said, here's kind of the ideas, and let's see what we can structure. And I left sort of the latitude up to them to kind of come up with it. And so for Cloudless Skies being like the first track of the album, I wanted to kind of be like the entrance to like the lounge or like the place where people are going. And so we kicked around a whole bunch of different ideas about perspective and how to show that. And it's tough. Like I can't draw scenes and backgrounds for the life of me, so you're never gonna hear me critique someone else's work.
Uh,
But this particular perspective is like you're going down the stairs, hooking to the left is where the entrance would be, I assume. And you're
yeah,
look.
but it's funny because you didn't tell me this was the first one when you first gave me it. So I I drew them coming out of the I drew them coming out.
Oh yeah, it was like a corridor shot, like them walking away, like towards the exit, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
it's kind of funny. A little bit backwards, but it's fine. It's fine.
yeah, I think it works pretty well. I like the skyline shot in the distance, which I figure for the title, having some sort of sky shot makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was something that you actually made. You're like, I want the sky with no clouds. I was like, you got it, boss.
Well, yeah, it would be a little bit weird if the sky shot for Cloudless Skies had clouds in it.
Yeah, you literally caught me almost doing that.
Maybe I'll do like an ironic project at some point where if I do concept art for the songs, they're like the opposite of whatever it is. So if it's like, dark hallway, it's just a bright like ballroom full of lights just to screw with people.
I mean, that could be fun.
Opposite day of the album.
Topsy turvy.
Yeah, I like that better.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good overview. One thing I'll mention now from the art side that I noticed, and Whoops, you can either talk about this now or as we go along. I noticed
Mm.
there's one through line motif on all the characters,
Oh
and
yeah, there's a couple.
yeah, there's one really noticeable one that I picked up on. So
Mhm.
uh, I'll just mention it here, and if you want to kind of call it out as the other characters introduced, I think it'd be interesting to hear because we didn't talk about it on our discussions at all. I just noticed it, and it's the
Oh,
diamond,
oh yes. There's nothing uh
like right
deep
here
about it. I just kind of
and right
chose a
here.
shape and I was like, I'm gonna give them all diamonds.
I think they're all in the
And
same
I just,
place too, on their foreheads.
yes, forehead and their eyes.
Yeah.
Do
Are
you think
they
that's why they're
villains?
villains?
No. No, they're just chill people that go to clubs. That's it.
Unless,
Unless, okay. I'll mention it
I'm
later, but I do have a
assuming.
headcanon for one or
oh
two
yeah,
of them.
yeah, I think
I have
that
headcanons.
that's definitely something to talk through. Okay, let us move on to the next song and see
Let
where we
us.
go. Okay, let's see if these timestamps work. Yep. here a little bit. So that was track number 2, Dusk Walk. And so one thing I'll mention, just in case people jumping in don't hear this, each of the tracks is about between 3 and 4 minutes in length, and because these are meant to be BGM tracks for people to use in content streams or whatever, it's all royalty free stuff. Maybe I'll mention it here or there throughout the stream, but all of the stuff that is part of the release is up on, actually it's up right now on Spotify and Tidal for streaming. It'll be on Bandcamp once we're done with the stream and I put it live, and these videos will be on YouTube for people to watch. But these are free tracks for people to use in content. That's something I need to mention more often. Wazzy tells me I'm terrible at promoting my work,
I
but
think I followed you on Spotify.
oh, did you?
Maybe. Let me double check.
Oh my God, you're on Spotify.
I
Officially
The
love
big
it.
verified
boys.
artist. It's actually not that hard.
My
Oh,
little
I
brother's on it, and my other sibling.
wow.
But I'm not here to promote them. This is about rock.
This is
No,
about Raku. Points at him. Raku.
Raku.
Him.
it's all good.
Here we are.
And so
Yep,
like
follow
kind of like Red
it.
Dragon is saying, and if you use my work for content, you don't have to ask permission beforehand. You don't need to like DM me or anything. Just if you use it for YouTube videos or whatnot, if you put like a mention and a credit somewhere, that's all. That's all I need. I don't need to like grant my blessing for using my work. That being said, for this track specifically, there's something I need to talk about, and Pwups knows this. I
Uh-oh.
mentioned it to them
Do I?
earlier. Banannie does not.
Okay.
So when I uploaded this video, again, this is a private video. It'll be live on YouTube once we're done. I got a copyright claim on this
Oh,
track.
that's right. Yes, you did.
This song, which is written by me and recorded by me and everything else, was copyright claimed by Universal Media Group, like UMG, the big boys who claim like everything.
What the hell?
And they claimed a section of the rhythm with just the percussion, and they said it was a song called 13 by an artist called Lanny. So I went and I looked up their work. It sounds nothing like it.
Of course not.
Of course not.
And it's
Stupid AI.
yeah, it's the automated copyright detection bots. And this has happened
Mm.
to me before on like the teaser for the other project that Banannie worked on. I have a teaser track that intros that video. When I first uploaded that teaser, I had to take it down and re-upload it in a different key because it
Oh
got
my god.
flagged for being like a Hispanic jazz song or punk song or something like that.
Good
And
Lord.
so that's really frustrating. I have disputed the claim on Dusk Walk here because it is 100% mine.
Yeah.
It's not a sample, and so
Oh
I've
my
sent that
god.
off. It's been a few days. If the copyright claimant doesn't do anything in 30 days, the claim goes away. It's not a strike. It's just a claim, which
Mhm.
means any portion of ads goes to that holder. And normally I wouldn't care so much, but the fact that it's my work
Yeah.
is kind of a big deal. So we'll
It's
see where
annoying and rude.
we'll see how that goes. So now every time I upload a release, I'm paranoid that I have to like check
Uh,
each song to make sure it's not getting flagged by the bots.
I'm so sorry. That's awful.
I need to ask some of my VTuber peers who do music if they ever run into that.
Mm.
Like, it's got to happen so much that the companies, unless they have a person whose job it is to like vet every single claim, which would be probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of auto flags, and maybe some of them are legit, some aren't. Maybe they
Exactly.
just don't respond. I don't know. Uh, but yeah,
Huh.
that's the only track in this entire series of releases that has that problem. But we'll see what happens.
So annoying.
I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen again because that's so stinky.
Yeah, well, again, if it wasn't my work, I wouldn't be as annoyed about it. But like, apparently, I can get around it by changing the keys of stuff because that it's flagging
Uh,
just automatically. But for like, it's the part at the beginning. Let me see if I can grab it.
I love the e wee wee wee.
Wee wee wee.
That's so fun.
This part where it's just the beat by itself. That's what flags.
Oh
Really?
my god.
That's
Yeah.
that's such a like small part though.
Yeah, and it's not close to the part of the song because I could tell which section of my videos claimed, and then it links. I can go to the video or the song itself, look it up, and listen to it. It's not close. It's maybe a little similar, but it's not like so close
I
that
mean,
you
percussion.
yeah.
Yeah. It can only be so different, but also like, hello.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's YouTube for you.
that's freaking YouTube.
But to talk about the music design process and less complaining. So this one kind of follows on the trend from the previous one of being kind of a more down tempo and a smooth hip hop ish type beat. I know you had mentioned the kind of warbling synth, which comes in
Fun.
maybe a third into the song. That
Yeah.
is, I forget which instrument that is on my synthesizer, but it's that running through like a low pass filter. And so the filter normally will muffle something. When you'll hear me do it a couple times in these tracks where it like muffles the entire thing, and then as you turn the effect up or down, it kind of cuts the muffling off and just has this kind of like distortion over it. But if you tweak some of the parameters, you can make it kind of warble, and it does some really interesting things to different instruments. And so, for folks who may not have heard me talk about this before, these tracks were all recorded using a synthesizer hooked up to my loop station. I have a Yamaha large, unwieldy large synthesizer that I hook up to my loop station to capture all of the tracks, and then I record them on my computer. And so I can run the instruments through the effects and things that change on the loop station to give them different effects, change how they sound. It's basically taking the hundreds of instruments on the synthesizer and giving them like infinite ways to tweak them. And you kind of hear that in the different instruments for all of the tracks here on this project and on the other one.
So I
So I will
hear.
hand the mic over to Pwups to talk about the scene and introduce our third character.
Uh, yes. This our third character. As you can see, he's very yellow, and his name is Mongoose. Uh, Originally he was gonna be a girl, but then I was like, well, actually, every other character I have so far is a girl. Let's make a boy. So Mongoose, he got to be the first boy, technically speaking. Um, I don't really know what to say about his design other than I had a lot of fun doing it until I realized I had to draw him again. Also, Long is not a girl. It's just when I say that Mongoose is the first boy, I meant in the order I created them. Um, Long, I actually drew him last, so he was the last character. So he's the last boy technically in my brain.
Yeah, we're not seeing these scenes in the order they were drawn.
Yeah,
They
this is actually like one of the last ones I did. I think was this the first the last one or was this the second last one? I can't quite
uh
recall.
I
It
think
was one of the two.
I don't remember. This one might have been the last one. I think Sedative was the second to last.
Oh yes, yes, this was yeah. Um yeah. And so,
Also,
when I heard the name because when Raku gave me when he approached me, he's like, "Okay, here's like the track titles," and he didn't give me any of the songs for a while, so I was mostly basing some of the scenes off of that. So a lot of the ideas kind of just stem from the names themselves and not so much the music, which I think is a little bit of a shame
hey,
on my
Wazi's here.
part.
Wazi said that she saw this one being drawn.
Yeah, we were in our Wednesday call.
Uh,
A Wazy Wednesday call.
Wazzy Wednesday. It's a good one.
Yes.
So
yeah,
how do you feel like with this being the last one you drew with all the backgrounds wise? How are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I was pretty tired, but also, well, this one was probably easier in some sense because, like, doing the building things is not actually that hard. Neither is the night sky. So, like, it wasn't that hard. Actually, once I figured out what I needed to do, is mostly just trying to figure out what I'm gonna do is the hard part. But yeah, that's that one.
it's also worth mentioning that I talked to Pwups about this once we were wrapping the project up. I only knew the name of one of the characters before today.
Oh, what, really? I didn't tell you.
No, I don't even think I
Oops.
asked. I know it came up
Oh,
in one of them, because the character's front and center, but we never talked about the names. I think for a long time we were referring to them by color.
Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot to tell you.
No, it didn't matter. I would have probably said, have names in mind so we can officially introduce the characters, but
Yeah. I mean, you came up with Long's name, and I thought that was a cool enough name, so I was like, yeah, that's his name now. It's better than calling him Blue.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, you did. You made his name, so I remember that because I didn't do it.
That's fair enough. We also see on this particular image for Mongoose the the diamond,
Yes.
same place. Is it supposed to be like showing through his hair or on top?
It's on top. It's like I don't know what they are. I just kind of thought it would be neat if they all had like because I'm imagining this is kind of futuristic, perhaps, although it doesn't super reflect in the backgrounds themselves. But I was just kind of imagining it's like a little accessory of sorts that just kind of like a little hologram that hangs out on their forehead.
Mm, like a luminescent
Yeah, it's like
like
a little
decal
disc
almost.
thingy. A little disc thingy. And it just glows.
It's they all have different colored versions of the Twitch bit icon.
They've got the little bits on their forehead.
It's subliminal messaging.
But you heard it here, folks. Give the bits, bits, bits. Give us your little chips and bits.
All right, let us go ahead and move on. Oh, timestamps. That is track number 3, Sedative. And just looking at the chat, I see that there appears to be some sort of identity crisis on the Soggy Froggy account. I don't know if
Sharing is caring.
it's still being accessed by two different people, but Froggy, if you're listening to this stream, I would like to first thank you very much for your generous 50 gifted subs. That is very kind of you. But also, yeah, I put it in the chat too. But regarding the time for doing these tracks, it really just depends on what I'm doing and if want to have enough ideas to put something together, or if I get stuck trying to figure something out. But for this one, so Sedative is, again, all these songs are going to be in a similar style for the entire album. They're not going to be kind of carbon copies, but they'll have a similar sort of vibe. And we'll see as things sort of progress how things switch up. But this one leans a little bit on kind of the ideas of some more jazzy themes. We had the sax back again. I think I've probably used it on a couple tracks, maybe not for a few, but everything else is a little bit more kind of sparing and not quite as complex as some of the other ones. The vibe's a bit lower and it's kind of more of a kind of subdued type of style.
Very chill.
Yeah, and that's going to be the constant for this one, and then likewise for the other
Mm.
album, it's going to be a very different vibe and energy. Uh,
Yeah, generally the whole album is quite chill.
yeah, which I guess Pops, you can tell the chat how much hearing the songs beforehand influenced your scenes that you drew.
Um, Not a whole lot, because I can't remember when exactly you gave me the songs. Um, but by the time you had gave me the link to all the songs, I had kind of already given myself a mental visual cues on what I wanted to do. Like aside from a couple that you did actually uh coach me on. Like this one, I think actually was one of the few that was influenced by the music itself because I was
Th-
struggling on what to do for this one because my silly little brain was like sedative. This is like at this point I thought it was like a like a like a nightclub bar, like where people do things, perhaps drugs. So I was like, that I don't want to draw that, and I don't think Raku wants me to draw that. So I was like, what do I draw? And you're like two dudes or two people just chilling out. And I was like, okay,
I know this one went through a couple revisions too. This was the second to last one that you did, and I
yes.
remember you telling me in the sketch mock-ups for the scene, like here's the general thing I'm trying to go for. Any pointers would be good, and I think it turned out well. So we'll kind of see it as it plays out. There's a bit of a quote unquote story progression to these scenes, but it's not meant to be like a flowing narrative. You're not going on a journey with these characters, but it does kind of proceed in a bit of a progression. This is the way I structure the tracks. But I kind of envision, since Sedative is very kind of muted and low, it would be kind of like, again, you're chilling in a lounge that's got like a pretty good level of ambiance, and you're not like at the heart of like a crazy, jumping up and down nightclub. And so we kind of took those themes and fit them into the scenes as you'll see, and then it'll start to kind of evolve. It's not anything high concept. I promise you, it's not high concept. We just basically
No,
here's the vibe, trying to fit the scene into the vibe, and that was it. And I really like the
pretty
signs in the
much.
back, the the burger,
Burger, burger,
burger,
burger,
burger,
burger,
burger,
burger,
burger.
burger. Yeah. So it's just two dudes, two fellas, two dudes sitting in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay and they're just hanging out. They're having fun.
This is the
I think
first.
she's definitely making fun of him.
This is the first shot, like a more complete shot of their outfits as well, since the first
Yeah,
time we
you don't
saw these
really
two.
actually you really don't actually see the whole outfits for anybody basically, except for in this one, I think, and in one other one. Yeah, I I designed these characters and I didn't think about how I was gonna position them.
Red Dragon says just a
It's
chill
fine though.
hangout story. Yeah, that's very much the vibe. Red Dragon. And so yeah, I think this one turned out well. It matches the mood of the song. I think all of them
I
do.
think so.
Okay, shall we proceed?
We shall proceed.
Track 4. Okay, that was Submerge, track 4. I have to look at my list because I can't keep track in my head after 3 minutes. So this one picks up a little bit in tempo and energy, just a little. And my kind of thought process for this one was what people have picked up in the chat, which is good that it kind of came across. This is like you're heading towards a dance floor, and for a place like the Neon Night Lounge, it's probably not going to be like super hard style heavy EDM, but it's going to be kind of more mid tempo stuff that people are dancing to. And so this is kind of like the lead up to people heading out to the floor, which kind of flows into the scene pretty well. I will say that that same distorted synth that was present earlier on I used here. I think I actually used something that has that kind of like buzzing distortion on it. It's a different instrument, but I don't know if I used it more than once after this. If I notice it again, I'll mention it. But yeah, again, going with progression, and we have two new characters here. So I will again hand it off to Pwups to talk about it.
Okay. So we got our two new characters, two of our girlies, the other two girlies in our out of the five. So that's three girls. So yeah, now you've seen everybody technically. Um, so on the left, in the purple jacket, that would be Coral. You can't really see her too well, but yeah, that's Coral. I think she was the very first character I designed for this project. Yeah, yeah. And then right beside her is Viper. Viper is her bestie, you know, gal pals and all that. Limp hand. Besties.
It looks like Tora's in the
Yeah.
shot too on the far left.
Yeah, yeah. I just kind of threw her in the shadow because I wanted to put something to fill out that space because I felt it was kind of empty, a bit empty there. So I just go like, oh, I'll just throw her there. It's fine. She's also there dancing,
I just
having fun.
I backed up a little bit because the fade out has it. The color is kind of
It's
darkened.
a little bit dark. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see here that the color schemes are a bit of a contrast to the ones for the other characters we've seen so far. For Viper,
Hmm.
it's a little bit tough to see here just because of the shadowing. But this is
Yeah,
a hood that she's wearing
yeah.
that has that snake pattern on it.
Hmm.
I think
It's
it's
a
really
hood.
cool. It's like it's a hood that goes like all the way down to
Yeah,
the waist.
yeah, it's a, I don't know exactly what I was thinking when I did that, but I was like, this looks cool.
It looks like a cobra hood. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, that was intentional because I decided I wanted her animal sort of motif to be a snake. So I was like, well, you know what? There's a snake with a hood. I'm gonna do that. I thought, yeah, that looks sick. It's not, you can't really see it because it's just a half shot, but uh I kind of was heavily inspired by like Hanfu's for her lower half, although you cannot see it here. I just wanted to say that.
That makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
It's funny whenever I see pieces like this that are a snapshot or like a partial rendering of somebody, like torso up or neck up or anything. In my brain, I'm always thinking, I bet the artist drew the entire picture, the entire rendered out the entire person, and then they just framed it for whatever the commission was.
That
I
happens sometimes. Ever so sometimes. But to answer Red Dragon, purple coral, yeah, she is technically, but I kind of lazily just kind of threw her as a jellyfish. So you
Oh,
can't
that
you
makes
can't
sense.
see it.
Yeah,
You can't really see it because you can't really see her design. We're just getting like a small snippet of her.
we will get
But
that.
yeah,
I think in one track, the next scene, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
yeah, I think it's the direct one after, isn't it?
I think so. We can go ahead and move on. I also like the backdrop of just the other figures. And you've done this on a couple different scenes, depending on what's
Mm,
being shown with the different people around there. It's vague shapes, and some of them are more defined than others.
yeah, I just kind of didn't want to have to draw more characters, like designing more. So I was like, okay, vague, shadowy people in the background, that would actually fit with a chill sort of club scene, I think.
Yeah, I like to think these are all massive people too. These are all like 8 foot tall, like just behemoths of
Yeah,
people that are just milling about here.
yeah, they're just giants. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about perspective and all that. They're just huge. Don't worry about it.
I may have mentioned this in our discussions, off content or whatnot, but I would like to do something else with these characters in the future.
I mean, you totally can.
I think they have a lot of personality, and taking their concepts that have been established and adapting them to other things could be fun. Copyright, copyright, at Pwuppers. Okay.
My little guys.
Uh, OC, do not steal. Let us move on to track 5. Okay. That was Haze Mirage. And so, kind of talking about what we mentioned on the previous track with a progression. This one might be the most high energy of the tracks so far, and it may be the highest. I'd have to see how the later ones that come up. But following the idea of, heading towards the dance floor, logically, this next one is them on the dance floor. And so we have Coral and Viper
Viper.
on the middle of the floor with people out there also vibing. And I really like the personality from the two featured in the middle, but also the people all the way around. And you can see my cursor here. This person right here is really hype.
Yeah.
I want that energy near me at all times.
Yeah. I was just sort of imagining that this one, like a really cool song came on and it actually got people dancing for a change. So they're all like, yeah, yeah. And now they're dancing it out.
I see a question from D Cruz in the chat. I don't know if this is directed to all three of us or anyone, so feel free to answer. Asking, I was wondering, are you a writer? Just want to know. I am a writer. I don't do it a lot, but if one thing I talk about a lot on my drawing streams is character design and concept work. And when you see me drawing character concepts, it's usually from a body of work or universe of fiction that I write for. I need to work on those some more. Maybe that's something that we can get into at some point in the future because I've been writing for a long time, but I haven't been doing it as much because I'm working on content and music. But yeah, I do like to write. I like to write more than I like to read, which is probably weird.
I don't think that's weird. There's something about creating that can be really enjoyable for some people. Sometimes it's also the worst, most agonizing pain in the world.
I tend to find that when I hit a block, like in writing a story, and I don't know what to do, I'll stop and start another one. So one thing I've touched on briefly in this whole universe of fiction is I've probably written maybe like 20-ish stories and only finished like two, despite kind of mapping out how everything flows together because they're all connected. But it's like I don't really know what to do at past this point in one of the individual ones. I'm just gonna go move on to the next one and I don't finish. Yeah, it's a conundrum.
Conundrum.
I like designing characters more than I like finishing their stories. That's probably weird.
Yes, that's valid. Mood.
What I'd like to do is take all of my character designs and give them to someone who can draw better than me so that I can focus on the story. Maybe someday in the future. If I knew someone who was like a comic designer or like a manga designer
Mm.
that could do like, actual paneling and stuff. That's what I'd like to do with that story. I think is like a visual novel or a manga is the medium I would like, which is why I started learning how to draw in that style. I just suck at it.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, my problem, which my community probably knows, I mentioned it a lot. My problem is I have too many hobbies.
I don't
Oh, I
think there's
get
anything
that.
wrong with that.
Like I end up having so many interests and hobbies that I end up being moderately competent at all of them instead of really good at one or two. So it's like,
I don't
I
think
want to
there's
be good at
anything wrong with
art. I'm gonna learn video editing. Uh, I'm decent at video editing. I'm gonna become a VTuber. Uh,
that.
Getting decent at VTubing. I'll do music since I want that to be part of my concept as a VTuber.
Hmm.
Nothing
So
wrong. You know,
Dragon
Jack.
says
Sorry.
Raku, the jack of all
you're good.
trades. Yeah, more like the master of mediocrity and too many things. That, oh well. If I could just
What were you
invent.
saying, Bananny?
Yeah, go
Oh,
for it.
sorry. So I think I don't know. I'm wondering if I accidentally smacked the mic off at some point because this is
I
kind of
think you
my
might
my
have.
yeah. Oh my God. Because I feel like you guys haven't heard me, and I wasn't thinking about it, and now I
I,
just realized.
I
Oh,
was
have you been
thinking
So
you were
talking?
really quiet.
I know I was like, I feel like nobody was responding to me, and I was like, well, I guess I'm just being annoying. No, it's my fault after all. Um, so I had a question for Raku. What genre do you like to write?
Good question. So I like to write a mix of science fiction action. So it
Okay,
would
yeah, sci-fi fits with you. Yeah.
probably like if I were to kind of equate it to like manga tropes and whatnot, since I mentioned that's like the medium I'd like for my writing, probably like shonen ish. I know it's not super original. Like I don't really write with psychological horror. I don't really write for comedy, romance, or like high fantasy.
Yeah.
So it's more like
Okay.
futuristic action type stuff. I draw a lot of characters that look like they get into fights.
Ooh.
That's fun.
Who was I talking to from the immediate circle that said they don't like drawing armor? So one of you
Oh, that
two?
sounds familiar. Was it? God, I feel like someone said that forever ago, like during the last Extra Life.
I know it was some. I don't think it was Wazzy.
Was it Kimmy or Kim? I remember, because I remember somebody drew armor during that, and somebody was talking about drawing armor. But that was forever ago. It was months ago.
Man, you
Yeah.
guys
So
have the memory of an elephant. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No,
it,
listen, I got like really good long-term memory, terrible short-term memory.
I have neither.
Ugh,
Don't get old.
that is good advice.
Well, actually, no. The advice would be to get old because if you don't, that means you're dead. So don't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never grow. What about the guy that's like injecting his like body with his like teenage son's like blood and he's like 40 years old and he
I
wants to be
saw that.
younger?
What?
Oh,
What a freak.
I know. And he looks like his age. I don't know what else to say. He looks like his age.
That's creepy.
But if he figures it
Crazy.
out, then it'll be the
I, you know what I want to know? Is he injecting his blood into his son
Well,
as like
no,
a tradesies? Because
I
if
no.
guess
so,
not.
is his son becoming a really old man really quick?
Like a
No.
Benjamin Button.
Yes.
It sounds like it's a one-way process to see if he can figure out like the key to de-aging.
There's like not to derail, but real quick, there's like this French show on Netflix that's only a couple episodes. It's about like people that are able to live to like hundreds of years old with like jellyfish genes.
Oh
Uh
my.
it's worth a watch. It was weird. It was wild. But anyway.
The reason why I brought up the armor conversation is because that's my favorite thing to draw, and I think I know why. Pwups could probably guess why, but I think it's because my
Hmm.
favorite series, video game wise, is Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I've played a lot of Monster Hunter, and we're not talking about like realistic or functional armor. I kind of try to bridge the gap between concept and interesting ideas and things that would work, but that definitely comes from Monster Hunter. You should. Well, we've done on my art streams. I don't know if Bananny's ever seen this, but we've done like a
Hmm.
look at old art thing where I pull up drawings from
Oh,
my like sketchbook from maybe 10 plus years ago, and then try and redraw them better.
ooh.
And some of the things I've fished out of the archives. Let's just say there's been a conceptual progression of maturity.
Oh, of course.
That's how that works, generally.
Yeah,
It's
but
practice makes what's the word? I just heard the phrase say not practice makes perfect, but practice makes I don't know if Froggy can hear me, but Froggy just heard the term, the phrase. What was it? I don't know. Don't remember.
yeah, I feel like every artist has to go through the ritualistic depancing of showing their old work and realizing that there's lots they can learn from it. But yeah, I didn't. I'm never good at proportions either.
I mean,
Proportions, yeah.
there's always time to learn.
Practice makes progress.
That was an episode of something we watched just a moment ago or just before the stream. And like but that's the thing is like drawing is mostly, you keep going at it, going at it, going at it, and then like, you're studying, going at it, and eventually you'll find yourself getting better. You'll
Hmm.
notice what you're doing wrong, you'll correct it, and you'll start memorizing, oh, that's how I draw this thing.
Yeah.
Um and it really does show. Like,
Mm.
so it's worth it.
I think that's valid. I also see
Yeah.
Rira's here. Welcome to
Hello,
the
Hello.
hello.
stream.
Hello.
We are what, halfway through the first release.
Halfway through this one.
Yeah. Um, I didn't think we were going to be talking that long, but
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
maybe.
no,
It's
no,
I
okay.
had a
Don't worry
lot to
about
say. I haven't been heard.
it.
it's
Yeah,
fine.
you had to make your voice heard. Speak your truth.
I guess before we move on, we didn't really talk about the scene from the art perspective, whoops, other than like the characters. But do you want to talk about Coral's outfit since this is the first time we've seen it?
Oh, well, Coral being the first one I designed, she kind of set the vibe for me, in that I decided I wanted each character to basically have, black, white, and then two characters, like a main color and then an accent color. And for her, I was actually flip-flopping back and forth on what her main color is. Her main color is technically purple, but she's actually got cool white, a bit of green in her as well. So she's got the you can't see it, but technically, normally she wears her coat sort of zipped up. But I think it's like really cute when it's open too. And
Yeah, it's
she's
kind of
got
like
like the little
billowy.
yeah, it's
Harness.
poofy. Yeah. She's also got a booby harness.
Yeah,
You can't see that.
not yet.
It's not for your eyes.
I see. We have Crusher in chat.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, Crusher.
Hello.
We are going through the tracks, and this is a Neon Night Lounge. To answer your question about the characters themselves, these characters were designed by Pwups,
Mm-hmm.
so they technically theirs as far as the concepts and the characters themselves. And there's
Ha ha
five of them
yeah.
in total. We have two of them here. I got my cursor. This is Coral and this is Viper, and
Yes.
we'll see the rest as we go, and we'll be talking about the how they fit into the scenes, so you'll see them as they go.
Yes. I guess I'll just finalize this one so we can move on just by saying that this one actually, uh, artistically, the process was basically the same as the previous drawing, except I was like, I'm gonna get these background Joes looking fly. I'm gonna give them a little attention,
Oh,
just a
they're
little bit.
vibing.
They're vibing. They're having fun. They're cruising. They're jiving.
I like to
They're
think
going.
canonically the big wall of behemoths was guarding the floor, and then once all of the regular folks that we see in the scene here were ready, they just let them in, and so they're all here, and then and in the back you can't see them, but then there's this big wall of these massive, maybe they're the bouncers, these big
Yeah.
Mm.
golem-like
This
bouncers in the back.
this club has 800 bouncers
You will
along
have
every
fun.
wall.
Extra security.
Yeah.
We got Hydrate and Stretch from Crusher.
Thank you, thank you. Stretching. Also, the diamond makes a return.
Yep.
How
Hmm.
does every wait? Not. I might be wrong, but does everybody have the little diamond headpiece in the middle in some form?
They all have it on their forehead in various locations. Like they're not all in the same size or location, but it's all
Hmm.
generally on the forehead.
Yeah, it's a very
The
popular accessory.
yeah,
Sort
they're
of.
all they all got it because I was like, I gotta give them all a thing. They all need to have a thing to match.
Aw.
Yeah, and we'll see in the different kind of rendered
Mm.
perspectives of the characters too. And as the scene lighting changes, things are mostly lit with the green here, which is why Pulps was talking about Coral's palette.
It's her moment.
It's her moment.
We got
Yeah.
another stretch from
Both
Lava
her,
King too.
both Viper and Coral have lots of green, so it felt fitting to me to include that sort of uh, very hypnotizing sort of green color.
It's very fluorescent. It looks
Yeah.
fluorescent,
Oh,
like
it really is.
something you'd see at a rave, like under
Yeah.
black lights, it would glow.
Yeah. At this point, I hadn't heard the music and I was picturing dance music.
Oh, I see a question. I think this is for me from D Cruz. Is there a way I can share my superhero OC on the Discord? Yeah, there's a media share channel on the Discord, D Cruz. You can link stuff there if it's writing or art, as long as it's safe for work. We don't have an NSFW section on my server, but
Same.
other than that, yeah, feel free to drop stuff in there for people to check out.
We have such a creative community of people.
Yeah, it's great. I always like seeing people's ideas and things they're working on. I might not respond to everything right away, but I do see everything that's posted there. Which means if you're posting spicy memes about me, I will see them, and I'll probably laugh. Okay, well, we shall move on to was it
On to the next one.
Yeah.
six? Six.
Number six.
Let's go. That was Lucid Vision. And so for
Yep.
this one, this is the first time I think a guitar shows up on these tracks. I think it's like an acoustic guitar,
Oh yeah.
and I wish I
I've
could
been
play
vibing.
guitar. I have actually a really nice electric guitar, but I don't know how to play it. But this one kind of carries the vibe from the previous one. I think it steps down a little bit as far as its energy level. But one thing theme wise that I was going for this one, and this is what Pwups and I kind of talked about when they were sketching out concepts for this particular scene. This is kind of like for anyone who's old enough to drink and go to bars or clubs or whatnot. This would be when the buzz is kicking in,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I think I don't know if this was Banannie or Froggy about the fade ins. This track has some stuff
Froggy.
going on in the background that kind of comes in and out subtly. It doesn't go all the way to the front of the mix, and it's a little bit hard to pick up unless you're listening for it or you have headphones. But the idea is kind of like a kind of general distortion on perception. You know, again, not high concept, but in kind of communicating that for the scene is like something that kind of plays in the idea of, the alcohol is kicking in. And I think the idea that Pwups ran with here with this kind of a main center stage shot for Viper, I think works really well.
Yeah.
So go for it, Pwups.
This was actually the very first drawing I did.
Hmm.
Numero uno. And it's because I had such a fun idea right away. Once I saw the track title, I was like, oh, I got a fun idea for that. She's laughing at some drunk fool. That's it. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do something real fun and real trippy. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna have like these fun swirls and her snake like, sort of popping off of her hood. Just some real fun stuff.
Are the fishnets glowing a different color?
Yeah, I think originally I was gonna make her fishnets like um green like this one, but I realized I either forgot to do it in all the other pictures or I just I don't know why I did it for this because I because that's not on her character sheet. I probably forgot. But yeah, it's not a part of her character sheet, so I think I might have just done that some like little look because when I was probably doing the art, I probably didn't like the way it looked when it was normal black. So I was like, I'll just give it a little pizzazz here, and I didn't think about that beyond that, and I was like, here, Aku, have it. I didn't think about the character sheet. I was like, here, take it.
Well, I think for this one, because of the kind of theme of the scene, it's not really that heavily reliant on continuity of design because it's supposed to be again distorted perception, which is
Yeah.
why you have like the snake coming off of her hoodie, and just like and the other one on the bottom too, and just kind of the more distorted things around. I will say that I didn't notice this the first time because like maybe I didn't look closely, but her pupils are diamonds.
All of them have
I
a
think
diamond.
everybody, yeah.
Yeah, they all have diamond pupils.
Oh,
That was an intentional choice on my part.
the uh the snake bite piercings too.
And the
Yes.
snake mouth.
Yes.
Kind of
Look.
cat-like, but definitely
Yeah.
snake.
Yeah. Yeah, you get me.
Yeah, it's all very deliberate theming, which I can
Absolutely.
appreciate. I should probably be more consistent with my theming.
Oh. I think, well, honestly, again, I think my mic was off for this, but I was saying before, a lot of this, I hope this doesn't come off weird, but a lot of this reads to me like a visual novel.
Oh
And
shit, that's
the
cool.
music, yeah, and the music as well, like, because in visual novels there is like a backtrack while you're hanging out in the scene with the character. And like I'm getting major, like if you do, I think somebody said or you said earlier, like making a story out of this, like you already kind of have the elements here, or if you were to continue this and make like a new story for these characters, if you were to use them again, like a visual novel is absolutely the way to go with this. But that's
Wow,
just me.
that's a fun idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, I'm not really an expert
Hmm.
on construction or anything like that, but when I was putting the tracks together in the order, and I shuffled the order around kind of a lot, I wanted to
Hmm.
make it sound like you could feel some sort of progression through the tracks. It doesn't necessarily have to be getting from point A to point B, but rather than have, like really mellow track go into really high energy one, then back to mellow. I wanted to be more kind of like a graded curve.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
didn't
and
want
definitely feeling that.
yeah,
and
you don't want to shock somebody.
I think the scenes do that pretty well because they all look like they're flowing in an order. Again, it doesn't have to be a strict A B C D E F G, but I think it worked out that way both musically and with the scenes and the way they're drawn. And so that's good. That's what I wanted, and I hope when I was talking to Pwups, it was clear that's what I was trying to go for. But I really didn't dictate a lot. I was like, here's what I'm thinking. Here's the track. Kind of construct something that you
Gotcha.
think makes sense, which is
Mm,
in general how I do my commissions. Which for people who
yep.
like working to spec, where they want all the details and they'll
Hmm.
execute. I'm sure working with me would probably drive them freaking nuts because like, oh, we'll just do whatever feels right. What you think makes sense. And if they don't work that way, I'll probably be like, that's not my job. But yeah, this one's fun. I like the visuals and imagery. One thing I thought about doing in editing for this one and the other project was having an an alternating version of the image, not like animated, but having just a lighting change so it looks like it's pulsing. Because again,
Yeah.
it's like,
Ooh,
but
that'd be fun.
Like pulse the green, pulse the pink.
no, just changing like the brightness.
Oh,
Like
gotcha. Yeah, that would still work.
because I can't do like color spot editing. I don't know how to do that, but
Oh, yeah,
Not
I have no
yet.
idea.
it would have meant that I had to like tweak each scene specifically with the animation in it's considered an animation thing in Vegas because I'm one of the
Mm,
fossils that uses Sony Vegas still. It's the only video software I know how to use.
okay.
But I figured, we'll just leave it the way it is. But because I had to scale some of these, most of them are the same size with the exception of maybe one or two. If you look at the video really
Oh, did I
carefully,
give you did I give you the wrong size for this one?
I, at least one or two are slightly smaller. I want to say, which
Oh,
it's not a big deal.
they all should have the same aspect ratio because it was just I worked in two times the size and then I just gave you the downsized ones. I guess I forgot to for two. Sorry.
No,
Oopsie.
it's not a big deal. So what I ended up doing was just scaling slightly in Vegas so that they're all like, filling the rendered screen. But what that does, because the way I just set the each image, it's hard to explain. But if you watch the video, some actually zoom in very, very slowly because it's equalizing the render frame. And it's more noticeable in the very last one, I think. But you see it on like music videos and other things. They have an image and just very slowly just kind of zooms in.
Yeah.
It,
Yes.
it does that sort of sporadically throughout this, and I didn't realize it until after I rendered it. And I said I'm not going back to fix it. It creates kind of a cool effect.
Stays that way.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Sorry, lad says sorry I can't stay all the way. Definitely gonna watch the rest after work. Bye everyone. All
Bye,
right, Sarah
Sour.
lad. Thanks for tuning in. Have a
Yeah,
good
thanks for stopping
evening at
by.
work,
Oh,
Have a
getting
good
night
day.
shifts.
but don't work too hard. Find a nice middle
Go
ground.
crazy.
I say that, but I know the industry Sarah lad works in. Good luck. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We're getting towards the tail
On the
end. On the
rocks.
rocks.
Ooh.
That was On the Rocks.
On
Very.
the rocks.
So this one, again, I think we're kind of going a little bit on a decline as far as the overall energy level. But for this one, the overall thought on the song and sort of feel was this is the same building, right? This is the same part of this is the same lounge rather. The dance floor where Coral and Viper are dancing is behind these two, and this is sort of like a cutaway to at being at the bar and kind of just a little bit of a different environment, which is why the song feels differently. This would be sitting at the bar, kind of away from the heart of the dance floor, and kind of more of a again a chill vibe, not like we're on the dance floor and things are higher energy. And so song wise, I tried to kind of capture that, and I did see from Froggy further up in the chat, it creates kind of like a in more ominous tone, which I don't think really has a thematic significance, but it's changing the sort of flow of energy away from what we just heard, and we'll kind of see where that goes as it plays out through the next few tracks before the end of the album. But I think kind of setting up the difference in feel to contrast with the dance floor vibe was the main thing here. Also, first appearance from a trumpet.
Oh,
I do like trumpets as a former trumpet player.
I definitely hear it. This one does feel like, they kind of stepped away for a moment. They're having like a little conversation,
Yeah, they're
some drink.
chatting. They're chatting. They're having the hot goss.
Yeah.
I'd be
Maybe that's why
curious.
it's a little sinister.
I'd be curious
Yeah.
headcanon wise if Mongoose doesn't like to dance.
Probably
Hmm.
not.
Having been at
I,
yeah,
I
having
don't
been
think
like
he
clubs
does.
with like a group of people, there's always one or two people who are like, I will never get on a dance floor,
Hmm.
which that's fine.
I think yeah. Out of the five of them, I think Long actually is the one who doesn't dance. I think Mongoose just sucks at dancing, so he
Oh,
probably doesn't do it unless he's like really hyped up.
His friends drag him to the dance floor. They're like, dance with
Yeah.
us, have fun.
And
I
he's
also
wait,
like,
like that
"Oh
with
no, I
the
can't do it."
no,
Pwups,
no, take
of the
one.
five, who's the first one on the floor?
Hmm.
uh, Viper
Okay,
for sure,
And then
that's
Coral.
probably me.
and then
Granted,
Coral. Yeah, those two are hand in hand.
I
Oh.
haven't been to a club since before the pandemic, but back in the day, especially when I'd hang out with my brother, we'd go to clubs with like a bunch of his crew and
Hmm.
hit the floor, and he and I would dance battle people. It was fun.
Fun. I feel like
Dance battle.
player one go. Um, I love how like we actually see Mongoose's face in this too.
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
marks.
And don't tell me, don't spoil it, but I'm wondering if we ever see what's her name? Kat?
Tora.
Tora, thank you. I wonder if we'll ever see Tora's face, but don't tell me anything yet. Um,
Okay.
we're going back to the club thing. Like, honestly, this is making me want to go because I think the last time I was at any kind of club was like a convention after party years
Oh,
ago.
The answer, Crush. No, they're not all named after snakes. Although that would have been very funny. That you think that there's a snake out there called Long. It's just this long snake.
long, long snake.
That would have been fun, but no, that's not what happened.
Well,
All
plus
named
we
after
have
snakes with
mongoose, who's
different
like the
animals.
the antithesis of snakes.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking actually.
Yeah,
Like I was
they
like, 'cause the first time I saw, Mongoose, I was actually wondering, like, I was like, what could that possibly be? And I was thinking something like Mongoose, if not Mongoose.
Or like a
And I
cat.
wonder if Mongoose and Snake get along.
they don't. Mongoose and Viper they don't. I don't think they get along.
True to character.
It's all a rich tapestry of lore.
We're building it tonight. This is the lore talk we were talking about earlier. Lore.
Yeah,
Lore.
this a lot of this stuff, the vast majority of what we've talked about on stream, I have not talked to Pwups about at all.
Nope.
So it is being established and built as we proceed through the stream,
We're
which
doing it
is
live. It's happening now. Lore.
Now. Lore's now.
Well, that just means for the other album, 'cause we're almost there, Banana. You're gonna have to start thinking about some lore to present there.
Well, I've been thinking about stuff. I don't know about lore, but I've been thinking about stuff to talk about as far as like design wise and whatnot.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna hear it.
But let's hear the next one. Unless you guys still talking about on the
Uh,
rock.
I don't have much to say. I mean, this was like the second drawing I did, so I was
Hmm.
still sort of figuring out what I was doing. But on the whole, I'm actually quite happy with this drawing. I think it came out quite nice.
Yeah, it's simple, and I'm also just noticing Mongoose is the only one with heterochromia, right?
Yeah, yeah. See, that wasn't intentionally planned at first, and then I like did because I couldn't decide to give if I was gonna give him blue eyes or yellow eyes. But then I was like, hey, wait, that looks cool with both.
Porque no estás.
You didn't know
They're all wearing they're all wearing contacts. It's fine.
you didn't know this
Ooh.
in the design process, Plus, but there's actually a hidden heterochromia quotient for the project. So if you did it more than once, I would have checked you.
Oh.
I think it's a really cool effect in design. I just think it's super played out because everybody does it.
Oh yeah, no, I don't do it often. Every now and again. It's a fun little thing to throw in there. A little pinch of salt, you know how it is.
I've been workshopping this concept. I haven't put into a picture yet, but instead of heterochromia, I don't know what you'd call it, but instead of one eye being a different color, half of each iris is a different color.
That is actually still hydrochromia. It's just a different form of it.
Yeah, but
Mm.
it's not common. Like I don't see people draw that way.
Yeah, they don't people don't draw it that way, but that is a real thing. It's a totally real thing.
Hmm.
New tropes.
I just don't know what it's called.
Okay, next up, midnight meeting.
Ooh.
was midnight meeting.
Ooh.
I ducked out real quick to go fry some chicken,
No.
which is why my model just promptly died. But I muted everything so you all heard nothing.
I didn't expect to hear fry some chicken tonight.
I I kind of figured that's what you were doing because your little guy went and ducked down. I was like, oh, Raku left. I wonder what he's doing. Probably getting that chicken done.
Having a midnight meeting. It's
Yeah.
Pay
9:37 here
pay
in
no
the East
attention.
Coast.
So for this one, again, keeping the idea of again downward graded curve of energy. This is moving beyond the club now.
Ooh.
And for this one, I know Pwups can probably talk about some of the ideas that went into this one, but I kind of thought this was, outside the building as people are leaving and getting ready to take off. It's probably incredibly late at night or early in the morning. But before you completely head home, sometimes people will pop out and just kind of mill around outside the building, just to kind of get some fresh air or, grab a smoke or vape or whatever the kids do nowadays. And so you have
Go
the
bubble.
boys. This is the first shot of the boys.
The boys.
Not those boys, these boys.
These boys.
I keep forgetting it's a running gag on my channel talking about the boys. This is the
The
dudes,
boys.
Mongoose and Long, or at least
Yes.
the
Long's
lower half of
pants.
Long, Long Pants.
Mongoose is he's slab squatting, so you can't see
Yes.
that he's down so low. He's the focus of the image. So poor Long, he's cut off.
I can't do that anymore. I can't squat like that for prolonged amounts of times. My legs do not
Well,
like it, and my Achilles tendons definitely do not like it.
We gotta work out more.
Like I'm not flexible. That's the problem. Like I think they call it the Asian squat.
It's not. Wait, the Asian squat or the Slavic squat?
uh, I was imagining the Slav squat, but they're both similar enough that you can't really see his feet, so you could pretty much picture whichever one.
He's
Yeah,
doing a wall sit.
Yeah, sad.
I wonder what they're
He,
talking about.
yeah.
uh,
So yeah, I didn't have
they're
much
just
to say on
sad.
the track other than again a bit more kind of moody
Oh yeah.
and kind of more subdued in energy level. So I'll toss it over to Pwups to talk about kind of the ideas for the scene because I think this one went through a couple iterations too.
Yeah, um, this one was kind of tough figuring out what to do. But I can't remember if it was you or who directed me to this sort of image or if I came up with it on my own, but I just sort of decided I kind of wanted somebody to, I guess I just ended up with the idea I wanted somebody to squat or something. I was like, a squatting pose, sure, I'll do that.
Mhm.
And I was like, I guess I want to draw this in an alleyway. And I was like, okay, well then I need a garbage can and I need a vending machine. Although you can't really see them, but that's what those things beside them are. So I was like, okay, I'll do it like this and I'll put them there. And then I was like, oh, it's missing something. He needs another person. It's a midnight meeting after all.
Mhm.
Okay, here's the boys. I was like,
Yeah,
here's the boys. And I
I,
was
I,
like, I'm not gonna draw long squatting. He's too cool for that.
and I think that makes sense. Oh, I see Crusher is taking off. Too
Oh,
much to drink. Hey, get
Oh,
some rest, Crusher. Drink water. Drink lots
yeah.
of
Stay
water.
drink,
hydrated.
yeah, stay hydrated. Drink that H2O.
Hydrate, don't dry. Dihydrate.
Yes,
Don't die straight. I don't know.
yeah,
Well, thanks for stopping
hydrate.
by.
Water.
Yeah, as far as the scene composition goes, I don't think I was the one who suggested the squatting pose,
Okay, yeah,
but
I
that
probably did that then.
this exact scene is very like relatable as far as like late night post club on your way out, just like again hanging out outside the building, especially if you've been like on a dance floor, being able to just like take a breather and relax. I think it's a mood, and I think the mood fits the song pretty well. So again, I didn't give Pwups a ton of direction. It was like, midnight meeting, kind of like a post event in an alley. I think I said like some sort of alley scene is what I laid out, and
Yeah, something like that.
I think it turned out well.
I think it turned out okay. I know I suffered drawing it, but you know, afterwards everything seems much better.
Sometimes it be like that.
It'd be like that.
Oh, you told me too. You're like, this one is driving me absolutely insane. I said, well, let's
Hmm.
let's see what it looks like and come up with some ideas. As I told you, don't spin your wheels. Okay. We can go ahead and move on. Two more tracks. This next
Two
one,
more. And then Banannie. Oh,
yes, we'll try and keep this under 4 hours. Again, I didn't think we'd be talking this much, but it's good discussion. Let us move on to Mist Moon. All right. That was Mist Moon. This one, weirdly enough, might be my favorite song on the entire album, and I think it's because this one feels a lot different from the other ones, and it's simple. This one doesn't really do anything really complicated until that string part that loops towards the middle comes in, but
Hmm.
the kind of baseline synth chords. Again, it's very simple. It's like two notes. It's one, one, two, and then it loops. But this one has a mysterious vibe to me, which is kind
It
of
really
what
does.
I kind of tried to convey to Pwups when they were drawing the scenes. Like, it would make sense to have some sort of sky shot with the moon because that's part of the title. But other than that, I was like, figure out what makes the most sense because, again, it's a bit sort of foreboding, like some people in the chat have pointed out. But I don't know. This one just seems kind of more unique compared to the others, and I do like its simplicity. And this was one of the last ones I did too. This was maybe in the last third of the tracks I recorded, so this wasn't one of the initial ones, which is probably why it sounds so different. But for some reason, it stands out to me. I do have some
I
questions on the art side, but I'll let Pwups take the lead to talk about the
I was
scene
gonna say, yeah, I
process.
do think this one does have its own unique sound to it compared to the others. But yeah, on the art side, I kind of knew what I was gonna do with this one. Basically, as soon as I saw the name, I was like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna have the character centered in the middle of the frame with the moon sort of directly overhead, and then like a sort of cityscape, cloudy, foggy shot with some like, contrasting lights. And like I think I actually managed to do it basically as I wanted to.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sent me a couple different like sketch mock-ups of the
Yeah.
scene,
But I
and
had like the base in my head.
yeah, it was all sort of different angles and variations on a scene, just like what we have here. But I like the kind of back to the camera shot for long because you get to see his coat and you get kind of probably the most complete shot of his outfit of all of the scenes so far, at least from the upper part and the torso.
Uh Actually, no, we see his outfit more clearly in the sedative because you can see his like whole outfit except for his like shoes.
Sedative is
I think that's
mongoose.
sedative. Oh, it's the one where they're chilling on the couch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Oh no, I think you're right. But this is the first time you see the back of his coat, rather,
Yeah, the back.
because you can see the way the cloud patterning goes all the way around. Yeah, I'm just looking at it in the thing. One thing. So here's what I asked. I know I could probably pull up the question in the Discord because I know I asked this question. I said
Yeah.
I, I'd like to understand the head situation here, and I said it looks like he's wearing a cap, like a baseball cap, with a hoodie over the cap and headphones over the hoodie with another hoodie. I
Huh?
said just so I understand, this is a double hoodie baseball cap situation,
Yeah, 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 it is.
which is fine. But I wanted to make sure I wasn't like having a Joe Totoro situation from JoJo where
It's
it's
called
like
street fashion.
I know his hair
Yeah,
is not black because he has white eyebrows.
yeah, he's got white hair under there. You just can't see it.
Yeah, it it's an interesting concept. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it because first I thought when I asked Pwups, I said, um, "Is the hat and the hood connected? The black part, right? So is it like a cap? I don't. Is that a thing? A cap hoodie?
I think it is, but
Uh,
perhaps.
Culturally wise, I feel like that's somewhere.
Yeah,
Some
Uh,
culture somewhere.
so you have
someone
a
does
question
it.
from Lava King. Hey, Raku and girls, what's one of your favorite aesthetics when designing characters?
Hmm.
Okay, we'll figure that out. First off, Lava King, just a reminder, Pwups uses they them pronouns.
The
Hasn't come up
correct
yet.
would be hey Raku and girl and it. That thing.
Oh,
That thing over there.
not
You
not
know.
it.
And you can use it, I
That
don't care.
no that'll get people in trouble. Don't do that.
You can use it for some people. It depends on the person. I don't care. No worries, dude.
Yeah, it just thought I pointed out once.
Yeah.
Um, favorite aesthetic. I guess I'll go first. Favorite aesthetic when designing characters.
Uh,
Hmm. For
mm,
me, probably outfit. I
Yeah.
had a real
um,
long period when it comes to like humanoid characters of like really going through like the ideas of hairstyles. Like I have drawn some really weird hairstyles that would be not practical at all for people in the real world. But I think probably outfit. Like I like experimenting around with the ideas for a mix of clothing, and I mentioned armor before.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, what about you two?
Uh,
um, mullets.
oh,
Oh
mullets.
no!
Yeah. Why do you think Mongoose
Yeah, I was
has
gonna say,
one?
doesn't mongoose
I
have
was
like
gonna,
a two
yeah.
tone mullet?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Viper was gonna have one too, and so was Toro, and I said that's too much.
Mullet City.
I don't know. Like by virtue of having bangs, isn't that like mullet adjacent when you think about it though?
Bangs alone?
No,
Because it's short in the
no,
front.
no. I think it's slightly different because like mullets have like it's not just the front for a mullet.
Hmm.
It's like it's like this. It's like a bit of the sides and and like a good portion of the top before it fades into the long.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just just for context, having lived in Texas for some of my life, I've been around a lot of mullets and I'm not a fan.
Oh my
But
god.
as far as an aesthetic choice, if you can make it work.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, I think it's fun to draw.
What about you, Banani?
Yeah, Banannie.
Um, Definitely clothing is something I like to design and have fun with on a character. I end up falling into this thing. I not with everybody, but a lot of my characters fall into this concept of like one color and then black. And just the outfit is just black and like one solid color and I try really hard to go away from that, but I like simplicity and you can still get a lot of style with that simplicity.
I mean, that's like a look though.
Yeah.
That's a different looks. Like it's like really nice to look at with that sort of style.
Yep. Oh, and also cat girls. Always cat girls.
Meow. Like
They gotta
yeah, you
have
know.
cat ears. They gotta have a little cat tail, and then that's a peak character design.
I'm not gonna lie. When Lava King asked about aesthetics or like trope elements, I thought
Hmm.
Banani was gonna say vor.
That was a
What?
It's not an
You
aesthetic.
draw
Well,
something
it could be an
once,
aesthetic actually. I take that back. It absolutely could be an
you
aesthetic.
do something once and somebody will clown on you about it forever.
it will never die, and I'm like 50-50. I'm willing to accept it, but I'm also like, why did I let this happen?
Hey, it's okay. Wazzy calls me a slut all the time.
Oh, we all have what is it, crew assigned kinks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
or yeah,
I don't know. I don't remember what mine was if I have one.
I know bits is inflation.
Yeah.
economics.
Is that a kink?
I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
Lava King asks. I'll get to your question above in a sec, Lava King. But Lava King asks, why would Banani be into vor? I don't
It was
know.
this,
It came
it
up
was
on
this
a
really
stream
old.
and then it just became a running gag. Lava King. I don't. I'm
It's a
not gonna.
running gag.
I'm not gonna say whether or not she's legitimately into vor. It's just funny because everyone always mentions it. It's Wazzy's fault.
Let's blame Wazzy. It's all Wazzy's fault in the end of the day.
Just point the finger at her. And you know what? There's a really good chance you're right. And you're valid.
Yeah. Well, so that just means when you become a public personality and create content, and you're affiliated with Wazzy, just be careful what you put out into the world because it may become a running meme. Like
Yeah.
the slutty thing for me, I didn't even do anything. It
Yeah, that was my fault. That was my fault 100%, wasn't it?
You didn't even do that on purpose either. I thought it was perfectly fine. We're talking about my outro screen, my outro video that Pwups drew. I think it's fine, but Wazzy's like, "Why are you drawing slutty in the art?" I was like, "I I don't think like I am." And then that just became the running theme, which led to
Yep.
other fan art like the God Hand one, which didn't really push the needle in the opposite direction. I think.
We
Yeah,
also
that
have
was
one.
intentional.
There's like one or two of you in a bunny suit.
That's the
Do you,
one I'm talking about. Well, it's
Yes.
me in like the carnival outfit and Matt in the bunny suit.
Yes.
Just just two dudes.
just two dudes.
And so,
Love
you
it.
know,
Two dudes.
you got to lean into it at some point. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe leaning into vor is a little bit more difficult, but you
You
know,
know what? Here, because we're talking about it, hold on. I'm going to ruin everything and just post one of my emotes. Oh, it's on Froggy Froggy's account. Oops.
you should animate that.
Like
Eating
me
him.
eating him?
Yeah, just have him disappear into the gullet and
An animated variant.
yeah, and then the last part of the animated frame is just like little dollar signs just like start popping up all around your character.
Oh no. Oh
Froggy
no.
just popped in and is like, don't do that.
I think that might actually get you in trouble with Twitch. I think they have a problem with certain things. If you can't even be stepped on in an emote,
What?
well,
But it's not like sexual unless you make it that way. It's just someone being eaten. It happens in
Think about
nature.
it in a safe for work environment. Get your mind out of the gutter.
get your
You know,
mind out good.
given how weird Twitch has been lately, I can understand not wanting to toe the line, but you know, how much you want to lean in is entirely at your discretion.
Vor,
Lobkin
but
says,
not really.
"I need an adult and I'm 26." All right, let's go. Let's answer Lava King's follow up question, then we'll move on. Uh, the question was for the three of us: what's a stylized archetype you want to try when making a character? So not necessarily an aesthetic, but like a an established archetype, maybe for
Huh.
the design or the personality. I think it
Hmm.
could be either. Uh,
Um,
go ahead.
hmm.
I gotta think for a second.
I think the closest thing I can think of, honestly, for me is like magical girls. There's something about them that just the sort of magical girl archetype that gets my brain wiggling and bubbling and spewing all over the place.
Okay,
You
that's a good
know,
one. I th-
Yes. I
I
go for like, yeah, sorry, go first.
I just had a simple one. I think
Hmm.
like tomboys is not an aesthetic that I'm good at conveying. So I think being able to design a character that's very obviously like tomboyish would probably be a bit outside of what I normally design, and maybe by the same token, like on the opposite side of the spectrum for like a female character, like really focusing on like a feminine character and not being. My design tends to be in the middle. I think for a lot of the ones I've designed, they tend to be kind of in the middle, not skewed towards one or the other. Uh,
Gotcha.
what about you, Banani? That's a good question.
Um, I guess aesthetics or wise. Or hold on, sorry. The next question was stylized archetype. Um, I tend to kind of lean into girls that are like I do mostly girls rather than guys as far as OCs. I just like drawing girls more. Um, Usually very like energetic or like kind of rambunctious and what's the word I want to use here? Uh, energetic and kind of like they're conniving, like they're gonna
Spunky,
mess with you, play a prank on you, kind of girls, and they're usually kind
mischievous.
of like cutesy to. And then there's other ones that I usually end up making a little bit more mature looking, and a lot of them end up being the characterization I usually give them is like Ojo-sama, like rich types, like daughter of a rich family, and I don't know how it keeps leaning towards that because it's not intentional, but a lot of my characters seem to be that way.
Like the kind of rich, like
Oh,
aristocratic.
One of them's like I have this Soul Eater OC that's like she's like the daughter of like some sort of like Yakuza type situation. She wants to become a Meister. So she has like a little she wields a little sword and the sword's a person, right? So it's one of her like her dad's underlings. That's like her guy. And there's a little
oh,
romance in there, but that's a whole story. Um
oh.
and then I have my one of my favorite OCs that people might have seen around called Yuffie. And she's a cat girl because most of them are cat. Half of them are cat girls on top of that. And she's very much so like cat like, I'm gonna pull a prank on you. I'm gonna be a little there's a word I want to use here that I just can't figure out, but at this
Trickster,
moment.
gremlin, goblin.
Gremlin. Like she's very much so gremlin. A lot of them are. Um,
Gremlin.
yeah. And she'll like get in the way of things or uh she'll kind of withhold information until she feels like it's necessary to talk about it and like be kind of like smarmy about it, like, haha, you didn't know this, but I did, you know, when the moment's right. Yes, love you. Yuffie's my baby character. She's my baby.
Lava King
Your little blorbo.
Yeah.
had asked,
And I have a
would
toy house on my links if anybody ever looks at that little toy house full of some of the characters with some characterization, but not it's still a work in progress.
oh, you should add or post that in the Discord.
Yeah. Am I?
Like, I don't know if you're in my Discord.
I don't think I am. Do you have a if I do like a little exclamation mark Discord, does yours pop up?
It should, yeah, that's the command.
All right, let's see if I do it right.
There you
I'm
go.
doing it through Froggy. So funny. I love this. Stealing identities.
Identity
Join
theft is no joke. The
joining
IRS
the
is on your.
hive.
I see.
Yeah.
Moving on. Lava
Yeah.
King asked, "Would you guys try a 30-day art challenge to practice new
Ooh.
ideas, or would you feel boxed in for creativity?"
Hmm.
I have.
I would probably have trouble doing full 30 days, but
Mm,
I need to
yeah.
do more challenge type stuff on my drawing content. 'Cause I don't
I
really.
wouldn't
It,
say I get boxed in creativity wise. I'm just I lose energy, so I never finish, but I do them on occasion.
I feel that. I've done it once, one of those like 30-day like Inktober drawing challenges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I
But
was thinking of.
mine, I made it so like I was doing it traditionally and then scanning it digitally and just kind of like enhancing it a little bit. And my thing was, and I did this for myself, like witches. And it was a lot of, I got to like day, I'm just looking through like my private Insta here is where I posted it. I got to like day, I guess 17. And I have all 30 somewhere, but I only ever posted up to day 17, like 30 or so, whatever, however many days there are in October. But I did like
31.
yeah, 31. So yeah, so I got like that's as far as I got, but I have like it's mostly like witches in media that you'd see and there were some magical girls in there. And it was really nice. I was really proud of it, but I never posted the full set and I might eventually someday like just like a little Gumroad or somewhere just post them all.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've ever done.
It's a lot of work, but it's a interesting exercise from like the, the creative perspective.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to finish off Neon Night Lounge?
Woo!
Yes,
Okay,
last one.
last one until sunrise. pause it here. That was the final track. I'm just gonna ignore the entire chat conversation. I don't even know why I weighed in on it. And now it's part of the this video forever.
It's up there if anybody feels like
Yeah,
looking.
I think I need to resize the window because I think it cut off part of it, but people will be able to see the conversation and it's there forever now. So this is the last track of the Neon Night Lounge until sunrise, also known as the track where Oraku learns the slicer command on the loop station. We're gonna see that in the next release quite a bit more prominently in a bunch of tracks. But the echo that you guys are mentioning further up is actually the slicer effect cutting the instruments at like a set rhythm.
Oh,
So if it's like
I
a
see what you
drawn out
mean.
sound, you can do it by beat count. So like an eighth note would be like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, or you go up to like 16th notes, was going 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 like that. And so you could
Huh.
take that to like break up a sound rhythmically to make it sound like you're hitting it multiple times, but rather than having to do that in time and not lose it, there's an effect that does that. It's really fun, and I need to not use it too much. But this one has a bit more of an upbeat energy to it. Not quite high energy, but the key and the melodies are a bit more bright and sunny compared to the others. Hence, Until Sunrise. The general vibe for this one, and I know Pwups can probably chime in on how the scene reflects that. This is like it's you probably pulled an all nighter after being out at the club, but if you're out late, you might as well watch the sun come up. And so we have two characters, Coral and Viper, here on like a building top, watching the sunrise.
Yeah, gals being pals, watching a totally not romantic sunrise together. Oh,
Quick question on the scene, Pwups, because I was gonna ask
yes.
this a while ago and I forgot. This white house thing here,
Mm.
what is that supposed to
It,
be?
it's supposed to be a sign. I just didn't do it good.
Oh, I see. It's like it's a vertical sign on the side of a building.
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay, so they're pretty high up. I couldn't tell if it was like a rocket ship or
It's
Oops.
like a weird house
yeah, I
I
thought it
know
was
or
a
I
a
made
house
it.
house
like
because
I did make it a strange shape, and I thought to myself, I should have probably made it that a different shape. But by the time I thought that, I had already basically given it to you, and I was like, well, it's too late now. I'll just, it's fine.
yeah, or the font, like putting it in like a marquee font.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I was just curious. I don't think it takes away from the scene. I was just curious as to what it was supposed to be.
Mm. Yeah, I was pitching them on not exactly like a super high building, but like a decent sized one. And I didn't feel like mucking up the skyline with any more buildings. So
yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, all the buildings around them are that you can see at that angle would be shorter, I guess.
The brushstrokes on the clouds are nice. The texturing.
Hmm.
I had fun with that. Kind of make them all chunky and all that. Hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
this is the only scene of both of these characters full outfits, like head to toe, right?
yeah, yeah.
There's the harness you're
Uh,
talking about.
yep. There's the booby harness.
Is that the official term for that?
It's
No,
a harness, I think, if anything.
yeah.
Your chest harness or something, or
Hmm.
I don't know. I feel like
I don't
harness
really,
at least.
I don't know what they're called, but they were pretty popular with K-pop stars for a while ago.
That's not
You can
where I
get them
would
at
have
Hot
assumed they were
Topic.
popular.
I mean, they're also popular in other things too, but like, yeah. I knew when I first made a concept for this one and I showed it to you, it was I had originally imagined that we wouldn't actually see much of them. It was just sort of a very close up of like from the nose down to like a part of their torso and like so you could see a bit of their legs too. And then it would just be like the sunset behind them. But Raku was like, maybe more of them. And I was like, oh, okay,
Mhm.
more of them.
Yeah, I think the
And
scale zoomed out a little bit more gives you the opportunity to show like again scale because now that you're looking at it, they're high up, like on a rooftop somewhere on a ledge, and then it can show like the backdrop with the sunset behind or sunrise. But yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward, but I like the vibe and it again it fits with the song.
I can imagine with the song and with the scene, like them kind of like it's been a long night. You're gonna get like maybe some coffee or an energy drink or something, just something to eat to get rid of like the night fog, the night haze.
It's IHOP time.
I exactly. I This is the time to go.
it's the time. It's now.
We have a stretch from Lava King as
Oh
well.
yeah, no. I've been seeing
Yes,
every stretch and I've been stretching every one.
we'd be stretching.
I need it.
Not well, but I've been stretching.
At least, torso up.
Yes, I'm getting out of the goblin crouch.
All right. Well, I
On
think
to
we're
Oh
ready to
the
boy.
move
next
on.
one.
That was the Neon Night Lounge.
Very fun.
Now
A
we're going
chill
to
album.
switch the flavor and vibe completely to
Flavor.
something completely different.
Ooh.
And so what we'll do is we'll start the intro and we'll listen to the first track. This is Far Future Days,
Ooh.
and we will see what Banannie has come up with for this release. Let's go. Real quick, this intro track that's playing, which is part of the teaser. This is what I had to re-record in a different key because of the copyright demons.
Yeah, don't forget about that.
Them fucking demons.
Can't have nice things. All right, now let's go. Alrighty. This is track number one of
Oh.
Far Future Days. This one is Daybreaker. And so, what people probably picked up on listening to the first track in style and general vibe for this one, unlike the kind of more ambient chill and like a lot of trip hop inspired stuff in the lounge, this one is a lot more electronic and dance techno ish in flavor. And we'll see that as it sort of progresses, because this first one doesn't really go super hard. But I did something that I thought was clever when it turned out that this way by a complete accident. The last track of Neon Night Lounge is Until Sunrise, and the first track of this one is Daybreaker, and they're kind of similar in style. They're not exactly the same, but they have some elements as far as the melodies and the kind of melody style. I did that on purpose. I had this
Hmm.
both of these tracks recorded, and I thought I could stick Daybreaker somewhere in the release, but if you're playing them back to back with Lounge first, it connects, like Froggy's
Yeah.
saying. And I thought, yeah, that works. It makes more sense to do it that way, and so that's the way we see it here. And so before I hand it off to Banannie to talk through the art process, I'll kind of explain what I asked her to do when I brought this commission to the table. I said the general vibe of the album is going to be kind of like a more futuristic, electronica, dance, techno-ish type stuff. I would like to get a series of scenes that kind of capture the idea of this futuristic concept with something that features like a mecha design. And I remember specifically talking in the discussions about, you know, coming up with a concept from scratch or from reference that's going to be like a mecha piece that we can feature in all of the scenes. And so after going through some iterations and ideas, we settled on this rendition of my second mascot, Echo, the space bee, the mechanical space bee. And that's how we get the design here. This is Echo version 2, which is part of the image here. This whole first scene, in quotes, is set up like a blueprint schematic. And so this introduces the concept, aside from the album art, of the mecha space bee. Lava King says, "Did somebody say mecha? Because I'm a connoisseur of those." Well, you may dig the art for this particular project, then, Lava King.
Yeah.
And so I gave Banani references to what Echo's base design looks like, and said, kind of bouncing that off of standard mecha properties, like a armored core is the schematic style that we kind of co-opted here. And I said, come up with some ideas for how that would flesh out into like a fully, you know, designed concept for a mech. So go ahead, Banani.
Oh, sure. So I don't have a lot of experience with drawing mechas. I've done like mostly like mecha heads, like Evangelion or like Gundam in the past. And I don't know, I like to design characters, and I already had something kind of go off of the Echo, the mascot. And you kind of see in the corner there, I ended up just for like the sake of like the blueprint effect, I did put Echo in the outline to
Mm-hmm.
kind of be like, this is who it is. Um, and like you said, Armored Core, I used a lot of elements, like especially the one of the ones that you gave me was more like bug-like. So I use that more for the legs to like kind of like use some elements of what they had and kind of merge them into the uh the idea of the mascot and add like my own elements like the glowing lines and trying to make it a little bit more unique and like I also used a little bit of a Gundam reference, not so much appearance, but more so like trying to think of what to do with maybe the arms and try and understand the orientation of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we used a little bit of with like the references you gave me. There was one that was one of your old I don't know how old, but one of your pixel arts that you did. And
Yes.
we used that as like like the idea of like what to call these like parts, the core, everything, and add that to the blueprint. And I actually for the blueprint for that little like square in the corner. That was actually a drafting square that I would do for college for drafting set pieces. So
Oh,
it's kind of
okay.
nice. It brought it back to it.
Yeah, I
Made me
can.
a little nostalgic.
I should go and
Sorry.
pull up. No, that's actually good. I didn't know that. I didn't actually
Yeah.
pull up the original as the text that's in the middle here, which I'm mousing over. I
Hmm.
didn't actually look and see what that says.
Okay, because I tried to make it as like geared toward this as possible, but I just kind of put in like whatever jargon would be in those squares. I made up a scale. I don't know if the scale's accurate.
Oh, I see.
I think
They're
I
specs. They're
yeah.
like design or engineering specs.
Yeah. And like I think I used for the design, I might have used like the gun like a I looked up maybe how like Gundams were, like the scale for Gundam models, and I think I used that as a reference. Because you always say like the scale, like 1/4 scale, 1/2 scale. Um, but funny enough, I drawing the blueprint stuff, like that was all like little hand drawn little lines. And I was like watching a show and it took me forever because I was like paying attention to the show, then drawing and drawing, then paying attention to the show. And I'm like, this shouldn't take me as long as it did. And I was making
Oh
sure
no.
everything was perfect.
Wait, you're talking
A
about
lot of
the grid lines?
yeah,
You drew that
Oh
by
my
hand?
God,
I
bro.
did.
Why didn't you make a pattern?
I don't know how.
Oh my God, bro. It's so easy.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
no.
I know it is. I've just never sat down to learn. But like one of my biggest challenges through this, and you might notice, is making sure all the proportions make sense. I'm actually like I'm kind of still really rusty at turnarounds. So as much as things don't match, they also kind of do match because it's like also different orientation, like standing point. But I honestly, at the end of the day, I'm really happy with how consistent I feel like I got it. Because this is a fucking excuse my language. This is a giant heckin' mecha.
Yeah, oh
yeah,
my God.
yeah. And again, this had to be designed from the ground up using some references. So it wasn't like
Yeah.
it was translating something that was already a mecha concept, which I know is a lot of work. And I told Banani, let's see what kind of ideas get put together and then go from there. I didn't go in there and dictate the specifics. I said, see what you can come up with, and we can refine the concept. Lava King
Yeah.
says, "Oh wait, Raku, that reminds me that there's a mecha series that uses bug aesthetic designs. Spider Riders.
Spider Riders. I
I
used to
only
watch that on.
I
I
only know
don't know
about that
that one.
series because of our salt table sessions, thanks to Pwups,
Ooh.
and it'll never leave my brain now.
Oh my god, wait. I'm looking at this now. Just to get an idea of it. The girl's cute. The girls plural are cute. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're
The
okay, but
main
it's
dude's character outfit design makes me want to jump out of a window.
It looks more fantasy than anything. I wonder. The
I
other thing.
can't believe you made Banani draw mech, Raku. How cruel. How cruel and unusual.
Hey, I didn't force
I
her to
never
take
get
the
the chance.
commission.
I
I
never
know, but you
no, the thing
asked.
is, yeah, he was looking around, he was like, "Does anybody know anybody that does any like mecha designs or can draw a mecha?" And I was like, "Well, I'll give it a shot." End up doing all of the I had a lot of fun with it. I never get a chance to draw mechas, honestly. I love
Oh,
mecha stuff. I love a lot of mecha anime. Um, but I never really think about drawing them. I've drawn like the heads really only. Like I've drawn Zero Two, I've drawn one of those older Gundams. And like this I don't know, I really enjoy drawing all of it.
oh, in that case, then that's good. I was just,
I
in
see.
I
my
know
case,
Lava King is
it's
links.
pain, pain, suffering, pain.
Lava King linked the references in the Discord. I'll have to check that out later.
hmm,
Before we move on, I did want to mention one conversation that I thought was particularly funny that Banani and I had when we were
oh
discussing
boy.
the mecha concept. Because it involves some references as far as existing properties that I wanted to kind of just talk about when it comes to, everybody knows Gundam, Ava. I mentioned a lot of Armored Core, but she had asked me for the design on Echo here where to put the stinger,
Oh yeah.
and she's
In the
like,
front
"Do you
at
think
first,
this?
I think.
Do you think the stinger makes more sense on the back or on the front?" And I said, "Well, I think the back makes sense as far as like the anatomy goes, because what I specifically says, I'm not really going for like a Zone of the Enders kind of concept. Which, again, Pops, have you ever seen the mecha from Zone of the Enders?
No, but I can only imagine.
Do yourself a favor. Let's do a real quick. Actually, I could do it here because I'm in my browser.
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
Zone of the Enders was on PS2. Let's see. Is it Jehudi? Yeah, Jehuti's the
Jehudi.
main character's mecha.
Oh yeah.
So this will be fine for illustration purposes. Let me see if I can get this to zoom in. I have my browser fitted for YouTube, so it might be hard to see. But the mecha designs for Zone of the Enders are really cool. They're really kind of like sleek and they're not box like kind of like a Gundam. And they're sharp and they have like these crazy engines and they don't have feet. They have little
Oh, cute.
little
They're
foot
Spiky.
pure.
spikes. Yeah,
They're pure.
they're pure.
Pure.
Oh, I hate it. But the noteworthy thing is they all have a pretty pronounced crotchal point here, which is meant to resemble armor, like a pseudo armor.
Yeah.
But the actual cockpit that the pilot sits in is right here on this part.
Oh,
It is a
they
literal
they sit
cockpit.
in the cock
Yeah.
again.
We could have had that, Rock.
And so I said, I think the Zone of the Enders designs are really cool, but that is not really the general vibe I'm going for far future days.
Oh,
And so I said back mounted stinger probably makes more sense.
yeah. I tried to make sure that I could be seen in some of the other ones too, but I'm also kind of like, I don't know. I as much as I tried to stay very like on model and proportion wise and whatnot, I do think that I might have moved the stinger slightly just so it would still be seen.
That's fine.
Like right, yeah.
I think canonically maybe it's on a track.
Honestly, okay, here can I tell you my ideas for this robot?
Yeah, of
Like
course.
not to I'll make it quick, but like
No, I fine.
I feel like you can kind of see it in some of the art, but like you wouldn't really know because you didn't draw it. But like you as in everybody here, but except for me. But I have like this kind of image in my mind where like the arms, especially like where it's all kind of rounded, are very articulated and can really fucking move and like spin
So
and
right
just
here,
a lot of movement in those than you would expect.
so
And
like 360 degrees of motion, like top to bottom for these at the
yeah, and
shoulder.
like I don't know if there would have to be like tracks visible, but that's just what I imagine. Like I see them being super articulate, and then like not so much with the legs, but I feel like the legs I want them to be able to like kind of like maybe you can't see it, but maybe they like jut out a little bit more just for a little bit more articulation or movement, just so it looks nice. But I was also thinking the whole time like, what am I doing with the tiny little arms? But I was thinking on the way here or on the way home today, what if they were kind of like what are those tasers
Like
because they're kind of two pronged.
close range taser appendages.
Yes, but also adding to that, like you're saying the stinger might move. What if you did like a little triangle attack with the stingers and the arms and they like and it's like with like lightning or electricity or something. I don't know. Like there's ways you can go about it. Obviously, like this is gonna be from now on like your design you use as you want, as you choose. But I'm like, here's some ideas.
Oh, I think if I ever use this concept for anything else, we're gonna need like battle stance versions of Echo's render here
uh,
for like different
honestly, I feel like
attacks.
it'd be such a good like if you could make your own personal custom like model, like build your own model of this, that would be so freaking cool.
Someone who does like custom gunpla or something.
I
I
would
have
love
to
to
get
see
on it.
it.
I think if you took this design and you modeled it in 3D, and as a 3D modeler,
Mm.
I am not good enough to translate it without spending a lot of time. But if you took this and put it into like a 3D program or something like Blender, and then
Oh
you
my
could
god.
3D print it and like paint it, that would be rad. Someone with
Somebody out there.
somebody with much more
Somebody
talent for
do
3D than
it.
I have would have to do it. But yeah, like I think it's a pretty interesting design, and we'll see how it gets translated. Again, there's 4 total scenes, and they repeat throughout the tracks, and so we'll see them. I see. Lava King asked Banannie if you've watched
Oh yeah.
Macross.
I love Macross or Macross. My favorite's Frontier. All the other ones are really good too, like Fire Bomber or Macross 7 or whatever. I love the music. I Delta is plot and such are questionable. It doesn't feel like the world's fleshed out, but the music is phenomenal. Like one of my favorite, like my favorite music is like the idol group music when it comes to Macross. So that, oh, I love it. Also, the robots are cool too. They're like little fighter jets, and then they're also robots. It's like a good combination. But
I
yeah,
remember watching the old broadcasts when it was Robotech because I am old.
yeah.
And it
I
seemed,
think it finally got licensed, so now they can actually bring it to America or something as it is, something like that.
instead of the stitched together product that was released outside Japan.
Ugh,
Because, yeah,
yeah,
I guess that would make a lot more sense. But I always thought the mech designs were cool.
they are. I would love to have one. I want to get one like that has maybe Ronka or Cheryl Gnome. They have some of those where it shows like these really beautiful illustrations of some of the characters on them. Those are the ones I'd want.
Hmm.
Oh, I guess you can see a little bit of Macross in there. Now you mention it, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it draws from a lot of like inspiration and stuff. I know when we were talking about it, I said see what you can pull from all sorts of different stuff and put it all together, and we'll see the end product.
I also love Eureka 7, and those are like, cars and also robots and oh,
Okay,
beautiful.
but Eureka 7 was actually kind of cool.
Oh, so good. It's one of my favorites of all time, but I'm not here for that.
You
Not here
want
for that.
you want unique mecha designs that are outside the norm for like anime stuff. Escaflowne.
Yes, ask. Oh my God, yes, that is also an amazing series. Highly recommend that if you haven't seen it.
Yeah,
Um,
Escaflowne's cool. It's like fantasy
Also,
fantasy mechs.
yep. And you were saying you like Armor, right? I actually watched one recently that's an older series called uh frick, I can't remember the name, but I'll remember it later. Genkutsuo. It's called Genkutsuo.
Oh,
And
the
I
Count of Monte
watched
Cristo
that.
in space.
Yeah, they had it doesn't come up until later in the series, but they have the giant armored, like knight looking robots that they fight with.
That series' sense of style is just nuts with the way they textured
Oh,
all their outfits,
so
and
good.
they have it, like Pwups, you know what I'm talking about, where you have like a flat texture that's overlaid over a design, and then like whenever that character moves, it's like a static
Oh,
texture.
yes, I know that.
Yeah,
Like Chowder.
Gankutsuo is
Yeah,
really
like
cool.
Chowder. That's
I,
a perfect example.
I've never heard anybody else mention that series. I watched that one in the 2000s. It's
Yeah.
like a
It's an old
futuristic
one.
retelling of the Count of Monte Cristo. It's pretty cool.
I was watching old stuff on Crunchyroll and I was like, what's a show on here that I'd be interested in that I haven't given a chance yet so I can like play it in the background but still watch it. And it was that and then Witch Hunter Robin. And I was watching those two and
Oh my
also
God.
I was watching for inspiration for this a little bit to kind of keep me motivated while watching. I had uh Iron Blooded Orphan season 1 in the background and also I started gun the Witch Gundam anime and
Witch of
I'm
Mercury.
very behind.
Is it the one with the cat girl, dog girls? Oh, wait, sorry. I got confused. I don't know why I brought that up. My brain went, what?
Macross Delta has that. They have like cat people, and then one of the characters keeps making cat puns. It's a great
Oh,
episode.
I don't know why I was thinking of that. It's not a mech show. I don't know why that my brain went there. It's the one where the girls wear the airplanes on their feet.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. What is it called?
I don't
Um,
know.
Sheesh. Strike Witches.
Yes, Strike Wishes,
Yes,
that one.
yes. But anyway, yeah, lots of not Gundam, lots of like robot inspiration, mecha inspiration. I could go on and on and on about different shows I've watched with mecha. Ugh.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let us move on to track 2. I do not remember which order I put the scenes, so we're gonna find that out now. All right.
It's a surprise for everybody.
Synth Sprint is track 2. All right. That was track number 2, Synth Sprint. So taking the idea of and techno-ish dance type songs, this one was specifically designed to emulate synthwave. Synthwave is one of my favorite types of electronic music, and I'm still learning how to kind of take the style and adapt it for the way I record stuff, especially with the actual synth lines in synthwave. And so this one was my first stab at it. This was one of the first tracks I recorded way back towards the beginning of the project, but I think it kind of hits some of the notes. I think I'd probably change some things with the way the bass line is recorded, but combining like the bass line and the strings, pretty common tropes you see in synthwave. And so I'm gonna keep trying to develop that idea further, but this was my first attempt at it, and I think it's a decent effort. Now for the
Oh, it,
scene, before I turn it over to
oh yeah.
Banannie, the only real thing I had kind of in mind for this one, because again I sketched these out as kind of like storyboards before I sent them over, and then she kind of took them and ran. I said I think it'd be cool to have a hangar scene, like the mecha in like a hangar environment, diagnostic stuff being run, and so that was kind of the genesis for this particular scene. So take it away, Banani.
Oh yeah. No, I think the song really does like fit within the scene. It makes me think also like we're saying like game like about before you're about to face a boss, but I also think like I don't know, assembly line kind of gives me like looking at this image, listening to the music, it makes me think of like a factory setting of sorts.
Yeah, definitely.
Similar-esque. But one thing is, and we haven't seen like all of the images yet, but one thing I was focusing on when I was getting to this one definitely took, I think, some of the most time to get through because I was also really focusing on some really odd perspective. And I was trying to make sure like that I was getting it correct and that all the lines were where they were supposed to be. Um, and this one is the only one that features people.
Yeah, yeah. One thing in the mock up that I'd sent Manny is like, I think it'd be cool to have like my character in like a flight suit or like a pilot suit somewhere on the image, either watching or like I think this particular rendering is kind of like I can't tell. Is he supposed to be jumping out or like hanging on the
Kind of
side?
sliding down or like kind of hanging on, about to like I think sliding down somewhere. I think in one image there was like an opening where this person could have probably like gone on to the railing, but I feel like it would have been a jump no matter what. Who knows? Um, Definitely was kind of thinking. The first thing I think of when I think of like a hangar is like the Evangelion scene where it's like getting the
Yep,
robot Shinji.
yep.
I feel like that's a
That's what I
definite,
thought.
yeah, like heavy influence here. Um, and I had this like trouble where I was trying to figure out what to do with like kind of some of the space in the back area. And Rocco had suggested maybe putting the kind because I made it really flat. So like maybe putting the jets or the thrusters in the back as if they're kind of like connected to it. And it really did help add a little bit more to the scene. Um Definitely wanted to play around with some like lighting on this one so everything glow a lot of stuff glows, if not everything. Um and like I was saying, you won't know yet because you haven't seen the other two images yet, but I think at some point this one, a lot of the hanger was more of like a grayish blue, and comparing it to everything else, I felt like it was too similar color wise to a lot of the other images. And also because of the mecha, there is like a lot of silver, so and that's kind of too much kind of mixing together for me. So I decided I was playing around like color sliding, like what would look really nice, like what I felt would look really nice and unique at least. And I went with this kind of rusty red, which personally I really like, and I like the shading, like how it spreads out and like,
Yeah,
how everything mixes together.
it makes the hangar look weathered. Like
Yeah, a little
it's
rusty.
old. It's older. Like maybe this is kind of like a maybe like it's a Pacific Rim type of situation where
Oh,
it's like
love Pacific Rim.
it's like a scrap together operation that's housing this thing, and they're just trying to like do their best they can to maintain it, as opposed to like a high budget military futuristic installation that's got state of the art facilities.
Yeah, and I love the idea of trying to like kind of you have some like this really powerful robot, but only so many resources because that's a big thing, you know? It's like you have I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking like Apple laptops and all those tiny little all the minds you have for one little tiny component. And actually, I think Iron-Blooded Orphans has a little bit of that. Like, how can we sustain the robots now that we're here on Earth and no longer on Mars, where all of our parts are, all of our stuff are for this robot? So I like that
Yeah,
imagery.
and I think this kind of gives the viewer some insight into the mechanics behind the model. I know it's not something really talked about, but like for me, based on the design and sort of the way the body and everything's put together, I would assume that the pilot is not in the head because the head is
Hmm.
smaller, and that's going kind of more off of like an Armored Core vibe, where the pilot's in like the chest, like the main torso, upper body, and the head is used as like a visual sensor, like the radar, fire and control systems, and the visuals are all in the head, and it's used as like your optics. That's
Exactly.
that's kind of the vibe I got here. I don't know how the pilot gets in, like where the entry point is. Maybe there's a panel on the front of the chest or behind.
Yeah,
Didn't think that
I
far ahead.
yeah, I mean, I feel like, like it's one of those things where the seam is so seamless. You can't see it. Um, I think that would be really cool to expand on in the future. Thinking about what the cockpit would look like, or like I'm thinking maybe not saying this is how you do it. I'm sure like maybe if we're going closer to Armored Core or similar, it would look like that. And I'm not super familiar, but there's lots of different ways you can do it. Like I think Gun Buster or Die Buster has it so that you're kind of sitting on a witch's broom trying to control the robot. Love that. Or of course we all know I've never actually watched it, but I'm familiar with Darling in the Franxx. How
Hmm.
they control that. Or early Gundam where I think if I might be wrong, where they had like Neo Tokyo, they have the pilot step into goo and that's how you connect to the robot. They also do that in Kyuko-chan,
Was that
which is a comic by the same person who did the comic for FLCL that's only 2 volumes.
Oh,
the goo?
from
That
the
that wasn't
coolie.
Gasaraki, was it?
Maybe. I have to look. I have them. They're honestly, I love Kyuko-chan. It's so dark, but so worth a read if you ever get your hands on it. Hold on, I'm gonna see who drew it. Um,
I
just so we know. Hajime Ueda.
if I was gonna do another series of concept pieces for a release, I think doing like you said a cockpit render inside the cockpit render would be really cool. I think for like a pilot's chamber, I would probably pull in some things from like Ava with like the way they have
Yes.
like the control throttles and maybe something like the pilot's chair in Outlaw Star. It's one of my favorite series.
I'm vaguely familiar, but yeah, like for Evangelion, it's like the capsule inserted, which is so cool in the LCL.
That concept was always horrifying to me. I was like, maybe it's like a suspension, but no, like they
Hmm.
breathe like the
The
LCL.
goop.
Yep, and they do that I think a little bit in a similar concept in Pacific Rim, but it's only in the helmet. I saw that. I was like, they got that from Evangelion, absolutely. Who
Yeah,
who knows? But that's how I felt when I watched it the first time around.
that is a horrifying concept to me.
I want to
You don't want
experience it.
breathing goop?
I want to breathe some goop. I want to
You want
taste it.
you want to yummy.
I think in Ava, didn't they say in the original series some point like throughout that the LCL smells like blood?
Uh,
Ew.
it was smells like it definitely looks like blood. But I definitely remember Shinji. I think one of the first times he gets into the robot, he definitely makes a comment on how it smells. I wonder actually. Let's see. What does LCL smell like? It does smell like blood. Okay, yeah. So you're right.
Ew.
In
Huh.
my head canon, it always smelled and tasted like Tang.
I mean, it looks like Tang. And a nice citrusy sort of gummy orange, artificial orange flavor. Yum.
But yeah,
Oh,
being suspended in something that you have to breathe that smells and tastes like blood does not sound fun to me.
okay, wait. So it
Blood
smells like
smells
blood,
awful.
but someone else says that it Japan usually refers to a subtly grapefruit-like citrus taste, like Pocari Sweat or of Aquarius, whatever that is.
Oh, I don't like grapefruit at
God
all.
knows.
Pocari Sweat is good though. That's the only vaguely grapefruit flavored thing I'll drink because it's sweet. I don't like the bitterness of grapefruit.
Ooh, yeah. It's not fun unless you add a little sugar.
Lava King says for a cool cockpit concept, look up Big O and Mazinger Z. Yeah, Big O is the one with like the brawler setup, right?
It's like I think like Froggy knows a little bit about it. We've talked about it in the past. It's like they Adult Swim picked it up halfway through maybe
That's where I saw
to
it.
like
Oh,
let
I
the
saw it
series
on
finish.
Toonami back in the day because I'm
Yeah.
old.
Maybe Toonami, one of them. But it always had such like a like the main guy was such a Bruce character, like Batman-esque character.
Yeah, it's very like 20s noir ish with mecha.
Oh, so good. It's classic.
All right, shall we move on?
Yeah.
This point, at this rate, it's going to be like a 4 hour stream, but that's okay. Just let me know if for the East Coast if it's getting late.
No, we're still doing good.
All right. Well, we'll move on to the third track, Synergize. It's a buzzword. Okay, that was track number 3, Synergize, also known as the slicer effect, comes back again. It will not be the last time.
It's a good one.
I saw the discussion further up about the effects on the image itself. Before I get into the
Oh
music,
yeah.
I maybe you told me you were using Photoshop or it didn't really come up. I wish you had told me
I
that. What?
used to yeah. Sorry. Um, I used to kind of like near the end of each piece to kind of just clean it up a little bit, and use like I have whenever I do like whenever I start finishing up most of my pieces, it's kind of something I typically do where I'll give it a little bit of a line art, I'll play a little bit around it, and just it I do like I said in the chat, I do feel like it makes it look a little bit more finished. It gives it kind of a thicker line art compared to like what else is going on inside it to help it. I personally think it makes it pop a bit.
Oh,
It
okay.
does pop. I was
Yeah,
just curious.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I wish I knew you were working in Photoshop when you were working on the grid because it's like 2 commands to do a full like geometric grid. That's what I used on
I
the
did the
sample I
grid in
gave you.
Photoshop, yeah.
But you did it manually. You said
Yeah.
that's
There's
That's
horrifying.
so nutty.
Yeah, that's crazy. That must have
there's
taken
just a certain
forever.
it did, and I honestly don't even think I like priced it right. Like I didn't time myself when I did it because I forgot.
You forgot. Oh no.
Everything else got it, but that one didn't. And I was like, but wait, I was also taking breaks between it, so I don't know if I could even like even if I say I spent the X amount of hours on it, it doesn't quite count because I was getting distracted every other couple lines. So
Oh no.
it still worked out. But
Never
yeah,
again. Don't ever do that again if you work on something like that for a grid.
I I gotta learn more shortcuts. I gotta figure out more stuff. I don't know. There's a certain way I wanted it to look, and some of the other ways of doing it were just not what I wanted.
Mm,
Um, but everything other than like the line art and just a general cleanup like around it and all. And I think there's like three different layers of that around it. Like there's a black one, a blue one, and I think there's a yellow one. Um, and I was kind of playing around with it. This is the one that ended up as the cover art.
yeah, yeah. This one turned out pretty clean. So
Oh, I was so yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, oh, this one I kind of like I kept playing around with like the background a little bit. It still kind of stayed mostly the same, but when I was getting to this point, I was really like smudging things around, mixing things around and just like messing with it until I felt like it was what I wanted. And I honestly was very happy with the end result because I went through some ideas.
Yeah, the
It
basic
looks
setup.
good.
The setup for the scene. I told Banannie. I said I'm looking for like a mid-air hovering or flying type of scene that with a sky backdrop that we can use for the actual album art, and obviously it's just kind of cropped down to the central shot of the mech and the sun behind. And so yeah, I think it turned out pretty well. I like the highlights and how they reflect off of the sun and shows. I'm terrible with light sources, so as someone who sucks
Believe
royally at
me,
shading.
I when it comes to shading and light sources, especially for this, I kind of for the most part was like I'm gonna choose one angle, one direction, and I'm just gonna guesstimate how I want everything to look. And if I don't like a shine or a shadow there, I don't care. I'm just gonna move it the way I want. Um, and I think after sometimes in art, you just kind of have to say, I don't care what the rules are. I'm just gonna do what I think looks nice.
Screw the rules. I'm an artist.
And that's something I have to remind myself sometimes. Like, and I talked about staying on model. I can't tell you, I would kept like I would draw out the general idea, and then I would keep going back, keep going back, keep going back until I was sure that everything was as on model as I could make it, depending on the pose or the angle. Because some of the stuff you got to cheat a little bit. Um, and like you can see, like one of the legs is kind of bowed in a very odd way, and I'm like, you know what? It's freaking good. Like that's what we want. And like um, this one, I want to say for the most part, most of these stayed pretty close to the concept sketches that Raku gave me, except for maybe like one of the next ones we'll see. I'm assuming.
I think
That
that's the
one
next one.
changed a little bit.
I think I get what
Yeah.
you were saying
So
before about the stinger position too. Like this one has it
I snuck
definitely
it in
like
there.
more towards the bottom. But if you don't look at it super closely, you could totally mistake it as part of like the legs or like the lower midsection.
So that was one of the things I like debated. Like, I don't think it should go there, but I want it to be seen.
Yeah, like it moves. I think.
Exactly, they can move. This is like a fully articulate robot. Like this thing's got versatility.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. We'll do it in kind
I
of a.
also,
Go ahead.
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about this also earlier. This scene in particular with the shine and the light behind it. This is one of those scenes where you're up in the air and you're about to like blind the enemy and then come in for like a surprise attack while they're blinded.
The finisher.
That's what I think of. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think it turned out really well, and it is a nice backdrop for the art.
Yeah. Thank you.
And so I didn't really talk about the track. We jumped in the
Yeah,
art
yeah.
first, but this one is a little bit slower. I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about it because I actually created this track on stream. This was
Hmm.
last year, I want to say late last year, on one of my jam streams. We did this one with chat, and so folks that may have been there might recognize some of the elements. But I wanted to do something a bit more slower pace while still having like the electronic vibe, and I use the slicer effect to create the stutters and echoes you hear on the track at a track level instead of at the instrument level. And so you're going to see that kind of coming into play in both spots, either applied to like a synth or a bass line or applied as a track level effect to create stuttering across the whole thing. And keeping the strings as a prominent main instrument. It's not something you see in a ton of electronic music. So I figured leading with the string riff was something that would be a little unique. So I think it was
And
interesting because
yeah,
this one's a
sorry.
little different from the others, as we'll see. Question from Laura Lava King. Honestly, Rocco, I can even see this not even as a mechanical mech, but a biological mech, like HR Giger. Yeah, I
I'll look
know
up that
that
one.
that's something Banannie and I talked about a bit as far as whether or not we were kind of blending in like a more organic type of design versus something that's really box like and like geometric. And I think it's probably in the middle a little bit. But going back to other inspirations, if you look at something like Escaflowne, they look like big, like almost suits of armor. They don't look like robots. They're like kind of like big armor mechs instead of like a straight square box like robot.
I think they even have capes, don't they?
I think so. It's been forever since I saw that, but
I'll
the
rewatch that. I've rewatched it twice.
the idea of taking something that's mechanical but giving it less mechanical and more organic features is a really cool concept. That's why I mentioned in my Japan wrap up the designer behind the Tsumugi Bako series, Yoshi. His mecha creature design is nuts. It's like organic mechanical creatures. I follow him on Twitter, so if you pull up his information from there, you could see because he designed all of the creatures in the gachas that I was buying there, and he's working on a game. It sounds like, but yeah, really unique, like Giger-esque, like Lava King is saying, but still like mechanical. It's hard to describe, but like Buddhist imagery and some of like the stylings. It's very unique but cool. Yeah, you like to see that when it comes to concept work, stuff that's a little bit weirder and outside the box.
Very cool.
All right, so we can go ahead and move on. Pwups, I don't know if you had any comments on this one, but you've been muted for the entire
Oh,
time.
sorry.
Yeah.
Uh, I was actually did have a question for Banana, another art question for Banani.
Mm.
I was kind of curious about the background itself. Was that a like a filter, or did you paint it like that?
Uh,
Because
I would
it's got
say
an interesting effect.
I would say it's all painted. I think there are like a couple layers there for like shadow or like just to generally layer things. But kind of kept with the general idea of the shine throughout most of it. And then I went freaking crazy. Like I said, I went freaking crazy. Like I would put like I think there's like two or three different blues in there that I like would blend together, and I would go like out. Like you see the strokes, like I'm going outward from the center for the most part. And
Yeah, it's
then
almost like a ripple effect.
yeah, and I can't tell you like different clouds I was like trying to do or like different, and I wasn't like super. I think Raku there's a couple, like one or two different iterations in the earlier versions of like the beach, the background, um, that were like kind of rough. But the more I worked on it, the more I was just like, this is the one. Like this is what I want, is something kind of funky like that.
Yeah, I know when we were talking about the basic concept for the scene in general, this pose here that you have Echo in, this like midair hovering pose, that's not what I drew in my sketch because
Really? Oh,
this is what I wanted, but I didn't convey
okay.
it that way. It looked more like a almost like a falling pose. I was like mid like what so what I was trying to do was like a downwards looking up angle at the mech flying above, but
Gotcha. Yeah.
I can't do dynamic foreshortening for the life of me. So instead, it looked like kind of like a like flailing through the air almost.
Mm.
And this what you have here is better because it's
Oh,
more dynamic in movement. If you had like a camera angle tilted a little bit further so you're looking up at it, it would have been closer to what I wanted, but not necessary because this looks more
okay.
like you
Yeah.
said, right up with the backdrop of the sky before a finisher, which works better than what I tried to do in the storyboards.
Gotcha. Understood.
I'm
Yeah.
am so bad at
Oh,
dynamic
believe
movement
me.
and poses.
Dynamic
Three
poses,
quarters standing
perspective.
poses all day long.
Honestly, yes.
Lava King says pose feels get a Robo or Frieza. Yeah, I could see that. Again, this is like the moment before you get attacked. So you're looking at this and you're about to get clocked.
You're gonna get beamed.
Yeah.
Beam.
All right.
Get wrecked.
Well, let us move on to track 4, Rave Raid, and I am going to step away for 1 sec, and I'm not going to elaborate further.
More chicken.
Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that one cuts off a little bit abruptly. All right, so that was Rave Raid. And so this one is a bit heavier and picks up the pace a little. But again, fun with slicer effects. This time it's on the bass line first to get that slightly choppier, low end kind of bass resonant sound. And then you hear it on a couple of the synths as well. It is kind of like the running theme of the entire album, just by nature of how I recorded these tracks. But it all comes across a little bit differently, but it's kind of the same effect.
God. How you were working on one track like a while back? How long have you been working on these?
You mean the tracks for this particular release here?
Oh, I guess both,
Yeah.
but yeah, let's say this one.
The tracks have been done for both of these releases for about 3 months.
Okay.
Cool.
They've been done for a while.
Hmm.
What I ended up doing at some point in the middle for this project, for the lounge, once I had the tracks set and Pwups was working on the art, I didn't really make any changes. For
Mm.
Far Future Days, there was one, I think it was the track that's in this spot, I really liked, but then when I was recording everything and putting the tracks together and getting the order set, I realized there was really audible distortion and feedback on that one track,
Huh.
and that I think happens no matter what because I'm using an aux input to put the synthesizer into the loop. But on a couple of them, they were recorded with more audible distortion, and I can't hear it until I'm actually in my mixing software and editing stuff. And so I pulled that one. I pulled that track out, and then I actually recorded this one a little bit later. This might have been the last one I did, even though the track list was more or less done. And so it really just depends on how much of an idea I have. And sometimes I'll go back and I'll like remix different parts or refine or take stuff out because it might sound fine to me, and then I come back to it like a day later and I'm like, no, it doesn't work. Hey, Kondo
You
Hurling is
calling it?
here. What's up, Kondo? Welcome to the stream, man. We are
Hey, what an
debuting.
interesting name.
He's a VTuber peer of mine. He plays a lot of
Oh,
mecha games. In fact, we've had some great conversations about mecha stuff, which
good
is
time to come in.
yeah, good time to come in since that's the theme of the art that Banannie here has done for the project.
Yeah.
But yeah, so track wise, it's hard to say. Usually a few hours, depending on how fast things come together, and then depending on how satisfied I am with the product, I'll either fine tune it until I record it, or record it, realize there's an audio problem, and have to go back and do the whole thing over.
Duh.
But it's all saved on my loop station. So if I record stuff and then I realize there's a problem, I can just pull the file up, make corrections, and then just re-record it. That's not hard.
Good. Yeah, you're good. Like all this stuff is so new to me, honestly. Like some like I recognize some words and I'm just like but I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I so when I first started doing the BGM stuff way back when I first started streaming, the stuff and you'll see it in the order of releases over like on places like Spotify. The
Mhm.
earlier ones are or earlier tracks are very simple. They use a lot of beatbox sounds and they're all looped together, same hardware. And then once I figured out that I can hook my synthesizer up to it, I started doing that. There's a bit of a shift as far as the complexity, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I've learned a lot between each of the releases I've done. I've learned a lot about how to manipulate the instruments, do different things with different effects. This album that we're looking at here, Far Future Days, is my first attempt at an electronic, like dance techno-ish type album. Some of the stuff I've done's been similar, but each release has been kind of like a journey into different styles. Lounge was again trip hop, chill, ambient. This one is higher energy, kind of dance. Going back to the last release in the beginning of the year, The Lost Kingdom was like more arranged JRPG inspired stuff. It's the one Wazi
Yeah,
worked on. I want to do a
I'll
sequel
loop it in.
project to that one too. That'll be after Halloween. I gotta get through Halloween's tracks first.
You're so busy. You're such a busy bee.
Yeah.
It, it is on brand. Bees are a running theme here, but yeah, the point is to keep learning. learning how to improve and refine what I'm doing. Maybe I should go and take a class on mixing and learn about audio levels because that is one thing I suck at.
I understand that
Yeah, the
struggle
production
there.
side is not something I have background in at all, but especially vocals. I'm working on a big project. Well, it's not big, but it's a very different project that involves vocal work.
It all keeps building up.
Well, we'll see when that one comes out.
Huh?
It like
Can't wait to hear
I've done a
that one.
bunch of YouTube videos where I've done fun little like rap things. Like I did one for Wazzy and I've done a bunch of like challenges, but I'm actually recording a song.
Ooh.
That'll be fun, especially. Well, I'm not gonna talk about it. I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, spoilers.
It is very much a
Spoiler.
piss take song, and it's not like a posturing look how cool we are type song because I don't find that content interesting. There's a bazillion rap songs talking about how cool people are, or how much money they got, or
You
you
don't want
know,
to talk about having a Mercedes Benz and a helicopter and a yacht and
no,
500
that
hoes.
stuff's been done to death. You want to talk about drugs and hoes and guns? Where nah, let's do a rap about incels. That's fun. That's as much as you're gonna get.
Okay,
Can't
great.
wait to hear it.
So
But for now,
yeah, as far as the scene itself goes, before we move on, this is probably the most complicated of the scenes that Banani did. I think the combat.
you
When
know,
I this is
yeah.
like she mentioned before, the original storyboarded concept I gave her looked nothing like this. In fact, it was like a side profile of like a mech flying through the air. I'm like, this is combat. This is direction is where the combat's going.
Yeah,
And she took that and made it way cooler and way more fleshed out with a lot more dynamic, again, posing and movement with the background. It was like combat scene. Here's my really terrible flat rendering attempt at a storyboard. So this one definitely evolved, but I think it turned out extremely well.
yeah, like this one, it's so crazy how you look at the finishing product and um like I said before, I think the hangar scene is the one that took me forever just because I was trying to get everything just right, like angle wise, perspective wise. This one, I kept having to leave and come back to the bottom leg there because I could not for the life of me figure out the angle or what the hell it was doing. And I kept trying to go over it, go over it, go over it, go over it. And I was just like, you know what? No, this one is good. This one will work.
You talking about the one that's behind
The
the?
one that's in front, the one that's behind, I figure like there it's hidden, like perspective wise and whatnot.
Oh,
So
okay.
you don't see it. Um,
It's all good.
yeah. And then I had to be very careful as far as like layering because like obviously some stuff's obstructed. Um I tried to focus a little bit more on perspective. It's kind of like I said, I find that this particular mecha can like swivel a lot of the arm pieces. So that kind of has a reason why it like looks like that and has but I have like the way it's folded, but
Mm-hmm.
also again a little bit of cheating. But there's a bit of perspective in the arm. I wanted to do the sword itself was modeled after the thrusters
Oh,
so
okay.
it
I
could
see
stay
it.
similar. Yeah. And that way there's like a similar design element. This the sword has some like it mixes into the design. And I don't know, I had a lot of fun making the explosions. It's a very minor detail.
I think it's a
But
cool effect.
yeah. Studied a lot of picture like I looked through some pictures and referenced them and I was like, wow, actually this is kind of nice.
Yeah, this looks like a space battle, like like a Gundam esque style.
Oh, I definitely referenced at least one of the Gundam pictures to get this pose for sure. Um, so this, if anything, was referencing very similar to a certain Gundam pose that I found that like fit the image that I was going for.
Having it be kind of like a over the shoulder or kind of behind perspective from the opponent, that's also something I didn't specify. And so when you
Yeah,
added that, I was like, that's a really good idea. That's way cooler than what I had sketched out in my mind initially.
that one he looked a little too human when I started, and I kept trying to add like a little bit more robot elements, which I don't know, they're not very noticeable, maybe, but like I tried to give him joints. I tried to do something with the helmet,
Kind of
the
looks like Optimus
purples.
Prime, like a
Yeah.
silhouetted Optimus Prime. I'm okay with this.
Autobots roll out. We gotta beat this bee bitch.
Oh God, if it was um a transformer, what kind of car would Echo transform into from this?
A Volkswagen Bug. I feel like that's
That'd be
that's
good.
obvious. I was just
Because we can't
thinking.
quite say Bumblebee.
I was just the idea came to me as we were looking at this would be, does Echo have a flight mode? You know, like a Wing Zero alternate mode for like high speed flight.
I was thinking like honestly, I wonder what's happening here because obviously we see that he's got like thrusters and like the fire coming out, but for this one, for whatever reason, I didn't want to put it in. Like maybe it's like one of those standalone fights where you're kind of like maybe it already happened. But I feel like you could kind of switch between modes, like you're in space or you're in like a an Earth-like atmosphere. Maybe it comes out differently. Could be also another concept.
I thought, like, I went back and forth when I was
Hmm.
like sketching out some ideas for the mech design itself, how much to emphasize wings, and
Hmm.
because I figured like wings would be cool, like like maybe something like bee wings, but kind of like I think Lava King had mentioned further up, we basically would have gotten like Waspinator 2.0. And so I think putting like I think they call them like binders or whatever they call the thrusters on the back for like some of the Gundams,
Hmm.
having that be like the engine propulsion system instead of literal wings. Like you wouldn't want to have like flapping wings. That wouldn't really make sense for like a high speed mech. But if we're talking about like actual jet wings, I don't know. I'm not really an aerodynamics engineer, but
Oh God knows. I feel like it's very anime-esque. Anything can happen. Base rules don't matter.
Lava King says flapping wings can work on a mech. They could, but I'm just, when it comes to practicality, it doesn't seem to make much sense to me. Like, imagine if we had some sort of like flapping wings as part of its design, and this thing was in a fight. You get shot
I
in the flapping wings, you're screwed.
I think it
Wouldn't
would depend on the wings. If it was like energy beam wings, I think that could be a fine thing to do, like
I guess, but
with the flapping.
why would they flap if they were made of energy? They would have no
Uh,
lift if you did that.
I was aesthetics.
Yeah, it'd be purely visual.
Yeah, it's purely visual and the rule of cool.
I also think like let's say it wasn't just visual. I would think about the buzzing that could cause having a serious fight. Bzzz.
Bzz.
Or you have the wings be a sonic weapon instead of a propulsion system.
Yes,
Ooh.
actually, yes. I feel like that would fit. Honestly, okay, concept. The the thrusters in the back can fold out to become wings. How about that for a future idea?
There you go.
Pops out from the sides.
I kind of assumed they were kind of like VTOL engines almost, so they can swivel directions for hovering like straight up and down, and then like horizontally for like lateral propulsion. Maybe
Well,
they have like
honestly, yeah, like I
360
said,
range
this
of
thing
motion.
exactly. Like if that's what I've said in the beginning, all the arms can do it, anything on that robot can do it, at least in my head canon.
I also feel like there was a slight opportunity missed to have the sword be like housed where the stinger is.
uh like as in you fight with the sword, like
No, as in
you're
that's where it
but you
comes
pull
from.
it out.
Yeah, because
That's
that's hilarious.
I guess I guess in this current idea, it just kind of like unfolds from the arm for easy, you know? But like it like mechanically it like like goes up and then out. But I'm thinking, okay, like let's say I'm trying to think about the stinger. Let's say the stinger's in the back. Like, what are you doing? Is it like popping? What would it do? Would it pop down, or you reach down and
I
get it?
don't like the idea of reaching down to get it because that invokes certain imagery I'm not fond of.
We
the
gotta
the, the
animate this. We gotta figure it out.
the model has to flip upside down and pop it into the air and then right itself to grab it out of midair.
Yes, I
It
love
just
it.
like ploops it out.
Wazzy, animate it. She won't want to animate a mecha.
Ozzy would murder us.
It's all very complex.
Yeah,
But I mean, like, if you think about conceptually before we move on, it's not too outside like the realm of what's been done. Like a good
absolutely
example, it's not
not.
not a 1-to-1 for Mecha, but it's a robot in Mega Man X
Ooh.
3 or 2. I think it's 3. There's a Reploid that you fight called Blast Hornet, and Blast
Ooh.
Hornet is what you it sounds like. It's like a B-shaped like robot Maverick you fight, and it has like a big abdomen with all these bombs in it, and it shoots those out. Like
I'm
it,
looking him up just so I can get a visual. Oh my god. Oh my god.
and like the wings are like these like really fast flying things mounted to the back. There's like 4 of them, like a chopper almost. Blast Hornet's got a really cool theme. I think Blast Hornet's theme is
Yeah.
cooler than the mech or the actual robot's design, but it's basically like a grenade launching thing that shoots grenades out of his butt.
That's
He's pretty
crazy.
gross looking, actually.
I like where everything's stored.
It. Ooh.
Now see,
Yeah.
I took no references for that design for this. It didn't even occur to me at the time because I was thinking mecha stuff specifically, but people have done it. So if you wanted to have butt stinger swords, it's not like something adjacent hasn't been done before.
I feel like I'm trying to remember because you're talking about it like popping up and then grabbing it. I'm trying like I have an image in my head of like an anime that's done that, but for the life of me, it's not like the name isn't coming to mind. It's like I mean, actually, no, this might not be it, but I do believe Evangelion has done something similar where they have like the weapon pop out of the ground and then they have to like
Well,
come and get it.
the vibrating knives were in the shoulders, weren't they?
There is that too, yeah. I'm thinking not so much from the robot itself, but I'm thinking of like there's shows where like they have the giant robot and then someone will be like, "Hey, come grab this," and they'll like push it out like a like I don't know from like a some sort of engine or
Or
rocket or something, and then the robot will come over and
a supply
grab
spot.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, so similar but not quite the same.
yeah. You could really do whatever you want. Again, I still think Zone of the Enders mecha concepts is one of the most outlandish things I've ever seen in any mecha property, just by sheer design and how you pilot them. They look cool,
Oh yeah.
but it's I've never seen that. I've only seen that in that series, as far as I know.
Huh. I do like the little pointy feet.
Yeah, yeah. I've adapted that idea for some of the stuff that I've worked on. Not because I don't like drawing feet, but because the idea that you're creating something with mobility that has to basically fly because you can't. I guess you could sprint, but you don't have
Oh
feet. You
yeah.
you have like foot blades. I don't know if that's what they call them.
Feet
I feel like
knives? Toe
feet knife.
knives?
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Plenty of good
And
discussion about mecha stuff, though.
yeah, and I mean, as far as like artwork wise, like these are all 4 of them, so I think the rest are going to be us cycling through. Or
Yes.
yeah,
And so we probably won't need to spend as much time on the design side, but if anything comes up or any ideas, feel free
yeah.
to mention them. Kondo says the art is crisp, though. Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
art that
Yeah.
Banannie did is very clean.
I really like the colors on this one.
Yeah, this one I didn't mean to make it look this wild, but it just happened.
It looks cute.
I feel like this will work really well as like a background on a wall, like a wallpaper on a desktop. But anyway, I'm ready for the rest of it. We're losing ourselves to the music.
Okay, but let's
Let's
move
get
on.
lost in the sauce, boys.
Infinite Lens, track
Ooh.
5. I can count. almost caught the transition in time. All right, that was Infinite Lens. Couple things of note on this one. This one is probably the oldest of all of the tracks that are part of this release. I did this one a long time ago before I even started putting anything together for Far Future Days. And it's probably the first attempt at doing like a dance techno-ish song. And then I had it in the archives. I was like, oh, yeah, that one's there. It doesn't have any audio flaws on it. I could put it in this release. And it's a bit faster. It's picking up the pace a little bit compared to some of the ones we heard before. And for any music background people who may be wondering, is every single track here like a 4/4 straight time song? No. I don't remember when the first one's going to come up, but there's a couple on here that have a little bit more regular tempo to them. But I got a bit of an obscure pull for everybody here. It's maybe dating myself yet again. But the inspiration for this track came from an old Square Enix, I believe, game. It only had one installment on the PlayStation called Einhander.
I wouldn't know it. Yeah.
It is a side-scrolling shooter. So kind of like R-Type and some of the other ones. It's fast though. It's a very fast side-scrolling shooter. And the whole gimmick behind Einhander is you're like a kind of futuristic ship, but it has a hand, hence the name, one-hander, one-handed. And in Einhander,
Huh.
you fly around with your ship and you use the little hand to grab weapons, and you can hold different like guns and whatnot. And depending on whether or not you have the hand below your craft or above it, changes the orientation and the behavior of the weapon. It's a really cool, difficult, very difficult shoot 'em up type game from back in the day, and the whole soundtrack is very like futuristic, techno ish. It's like probably like '99. I want to say pre 2000s. I think it's that old. But that was the inspiration for the kind of style here. I see Kondo's asking what program did I use to record and do all this stuff? Is that what you're asking? For the music? Okay, yeah, gotcha. So for the recording of the actual instruments, I used my synthesizer of a Yamaha synthesizer hooked up to an RC505 loop station. And so I record each of the looped parts of the track using the loop station and the synthesizer, and then I put everything into an audio mixing program on my computer to actually put stuff together and finalize the recording. So I basically loop the track however I want it performed and record that using my audio software, which is Mixcraft. I think it went by Acoustica at some point, and then it became like a paid program. It's like a music composition editing software. So I take the recorded loops and then I record them in Mixcraft and finalize and adjust things and change volumes. It's basically one track though. I don't record them as separate tracks because it's a little bit harder to do. So you're basically hearing the track performed start to finish from the loop just being recorded in one shot, and then it repeats. Not the most elegant and functional way to record music, I know, but that's the way I do it to create these things. I kind of want to get back into FL Studio at some point. I
Oh,
used FL Studio, it used to be Fruity Loops, if you
yeah,
folks have ever
Fruity
heard of that
Loops.
one. I mentioned this on, maybe it was the last stream I did. Someone redeemed a fact about me. And I mentioned the fact that way back in the mid 2000s, probably before some of you were born, which makes me sad, I had my first music project ever was something that was created using Fruity Loops. And I think Pwups might have seen this, and we've talked about in Discord maybe. But I had a music
Maybe.
project, and it was all done using Fruity Loops, and it is terrible. It is so embarrassing that no one's ever going to hear those tracks unless I lose a bet
Shoot.
or something.
Oh,
Because
I hear it.
I'll share my shit music with you if you give me the secret deets.
you
Give
have
me the
secret
secret
music?
beats. I do.
Okay. Well, I'm not doing it on content for content on
No,
stream.
no, no, privately. Give me
Yeah,
the
yeah.
secret beats. And I'll give you one of my terrible ones. I don't
Okay,
name them good.
that's
So
fine. I think I sent Wazzy one that we could talk offline. I refuse to show that to chat unless I'm looking to really punish myself. Anyway,
Somebody has to pay you $20.
No, don't say that. Someone donates
Donate, donate.
like 50 gifted subs. Maybe I'll reveal something from the project, but I don't want
One
anyone doing
note.
that. Nah, like I don't know.
That's it. That's all you get.
maybe I could find a way to make it into some interesting content. But the point is not that I suck that I'm mentioning it. The reason why I'm mentioning it is because I basically created the Fruity Loop stuff by plugging in rhythms and stuff and just kind of letting the whole thing play. It wasn't done using actual like composition or definitely not with any regards to key. The reason why it's fresh in my mind is yesterday when I was uploading all the stuff for this series of releases, I was like, what if I compared what I've been doing to what I did back in like the mid 2000s? So I went and pulled up. I have all the tracks. They're here. And I pulled them up and I was like, okay, that's never going to be something I publicly release. Maybe a couple of them are okay passably, but it's bad. It's really bad. It's
But now look where you're at.
So there's been a progression, but I
Yeah.
kind of want to get back into FL Studio and learn how to create music to that. There's two programs I want to get good at some point. FL Studio's one and Cubase is the other one.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Cubase
Cubase.
is pretty common in industry. A lot of people use it. I want to learn how to make chiptune with it.
Oh,
Ooh,
chiptune.
Chiptune is
chiptune
one
would
of
be
my
so
favorite genres.
fun.
Yeah, I started learning, but I didn't buy the program. I was using a demo version. I kind of need to get back into it because like even taking chiptune compositions and melodies and combining it with stuff that I can loop would be like the next level of evolution of stuff. I really want to learn how to do that because I haven't figured out how to duplicate chiptune sounds using the loop and the synthesizer yet. I've been trying to find a combination of presets and effects that'll get that. Haven't got there quite yet, but
Not yet.
like
Soon,
you
perhaps.
ever heard of the band Anamanaguchi?
That's what
Yes,
literally
of
what I was thinking
course.
of. It was
Yeah,
on
they're
Monoguchi.
pretty well known,
Exactly.
right? They do
Yeah.
like rock chip tune, so a lot of like
They've done Miku.
Miku.
yeah, like real instruments combined with chip tune stuff. They did the Scott Pilgrim video game soundtrack, which is one of
Yes.
the best soundtracks ever.
That's
Uh,
how I know them.
I really want to get into that at some point, so we'll see.
I feel like there are plugins for the FLC.
Oh, I'm sure there are. I haven't looked into that. I guess it would come down to which one of those two programs is more expensive. I think I can get Cubase for less than $100,
Hmm.
Oh.
which isn't bad.
Yeah.
I think there's free version of FLC. Or am I remembering wrong?
I was using a quote unquote free version for a long time. The terrible tracks that I made were created using FL Studio,
Oh, am I saying it wrong?
obtained through completely legitimate means in the mid 2000s, of course.
Completely legitimate.
Yes.
I will send you two on the call something from that project after this because I feel like mentioning it is not fair. But for the rest of you in chat, I will
The
I will
rest of
not
you
be giving
suckers.
up those embarrassing details unless there's a really good reason because it's really bad.
I'll play you
Kondo
my
says we all
terrible
start somewhere.
ukulele.
I trust me, I know, man. Good lord, it's like looking at your cringe era pics. Thankfully, I don't have any of those. I'm too old to have had a cringe period.
Oh, cringe is life.
Cringe is life. I never stopped being cringe. I just never took any photos of it.
Oh,
Be
I've got so
cringe,
many
be
embarrassing
free.
photos.
Kondo says embarrassing means you've grown.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
true. And some people
I'd
never
like to
grow.
purge. I'd like to purge those memories though.
Eh.
Don't think
Anyway,
about
back to the music, huh?
Yeah.
Back to the music. Enough of my embarrassment.
All right, we're moving on to track six. Six. I can count. Perpetual Energy.
You can count.
That's the next one. Let's take a look. Whoop. Let me back up a little bit. That was Perpetual Energy. This one's kind of similar in style to the previous one. Might be really close to the same tempo too. This one I think is a little more straightforward as far as the style, but it's kind of weird because it has a bunch of different sections, if that makes sense. One thing I would change if I was going to do this one over again would be to drop the bass a little bit lower in the mix so it's not quite as at the front. The overall synth style of that bass is a synth preset that I think I ran an effect on it. And it's fine. It's pretty bouncy and has like a constant tempo. It's just a little bit farty. I would probably tweak it slightly so that it's not quite as farty.
Oh, because it's like the wah kind of sound. Is that what you're saying? Like that's the farty part?
Yeah, it almost sounds like it's a tuba. It's
Uh,
like a digitized tuba, which is was not really the effect I was
yeah.
going for.
No, but it kind of works. It kind of gives like I was saying, this one kind of gives me like kind of like a red alert kind of feeling.
Like
Like
urgency.
yeah, like urgency. Like you got to fix this. There's something going on. The lights are going off. Like and then you know the do 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 like it kind of like that's when it's like all like everything's fixed. Everything's kind of calming down. Like you've done it. You fixed whatever the issue was.
I think for this one, it sounds like a video game level to me.
Yes, it does.
It
Absolutely.
does.
It sounds like a side-scrolling, like run and gun type video game level, which wasn't really what I was going for, but given a lot of the stuff that inspired this particular style for the entire album could definitely be, equated to like a video game type of trope or like a level design,
I want
which
a pixel side scroller of this now.
hey, I've been saying one of my lifelong dreams is to make a game. And so I
I
have
feel like that's a more difficult game to make, though. I
Oh
well,
wouldn't know
hell.
though.
I have a bunch of ideas for a game that are doesn't relate to anything you folks have seen on content here, but I've basically learned how to do almost every aspect of game design except coding because I can't code.
Mm.
I hate coding
Coding is hard.
with a burning passion. But like working on sprite art right now, which we've done a little bit on stream, and I've done a lot off stream. Uh, I write, so story wise, and then music. So all I need is someone who's really good at coding
I feel
that
like
could
you could
take.
find that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I told Sour Lad to hurry up and get through school. He's learning how to do game dev stuff. I said, hurry up and get
You're
through
just
coding
gonna
school.
rely on Sour.
But
You're gonna
yeah,
make the best mod in the world, your little lackey.
Oh,
we'll pay him.
start him young.
He's gonna Sour Loud out here being the best minion in the world.
He does work pretty
Overqualified.
hard,
Yeah.
but yeah. So for this one, again, not anything too outside the realm of what we've seen so far. I did see Kondo mention the bass cutting out with the higher notes was a nice touch. This one has noticeable phases to the track, a little bit more than some of the others. Like we talked about the kind of keyboardish synth that comes in, and there's like the string synths. There's a lot of string synths on this entire album. I try and mix up the effects so it's just not the same kind of like violin quartet type of string sounds, but it works pretty well when combined with like a low end bass line melody and then a harmony,
Yeah.
which is great that I can do that on a synthesizer because I don't know how to play a actual string instrument. That's
That's,
beyond my realm of skill.
well, if I can ever figure out if I ever get back into the violin, tried that for a hot minute. Would love to go back to it.
Yeah,
Gotta get a violin first.
you have recording mics. You can do it.
We got this one that I'm using right now. We got two of those, and I have I have like a electric. I don't know if it's the correct term for electric ukulele. Like you can plug it into a stereo like a amp. I
Oh,
haven't
so
had a chance to really utilize it yet, but I want to try it.
that's cool. It has a like a line out essentially.
Yeah, and it's so funny because it's the same exact copy as my like acoustic ukulele, and they're like the same cost, the same style, just one's the electric and one's not.
Hmm.
Not intentional, but that's how it happened.
You should do ukulele streams.
I want to eventually. I got to figure it out how to set those up so that you can actually hear it like pick up the ukulele. I
You
don't
would
know.
need a sound interface if you don't have one, most likely.
Yeah, I was looking into that. I don't know what to get. But anyway,
All right, we can move on to track number
7
7 or 8.
because we're perpetual energy, so
7, I think. Yeah, and we got 3 more. I can count because I don't have these numbered. I'm just looking at the timestamp so I can jump to the right spot in the video. So this next
Everyone
one,
here can do basic math. It's fine. Don't
I
worry
have to
about it.
pretend I can. Is it convincing?
put 3 artists in a room and none of them can do math.
I work at a job where I do fake math every day. Fine.
I make my computer do the math for me. All right, let's take a look at Moving Sidewalk.
Yeah.
cuts off a bit abruptly too. All right, that was Moving Sidewalk. This is the first, at least the first that I can remember that has a bit of an irregular tempo. This one's not in 4/4. If one of my regulars, Edward, was here, he could tell me it's in an irregular time signature. I just don't know which one because I suck at music theory. I did see we got a hydrate from the Soggy Froggy.
Yeah, I actually had to like be like, I don't have any more water. Get me more water, please.
So this particular track is noteworthy because I think this is my favorite of all of the tracks so far on the album. I think in general, this one is my favorite. It's a little bit unique, kind of like we talked about for Mist Moon on the lounge. This one is mellow. It's definitely not quite as high energy as the other ones, but I really like the transitions. They're very smooth. It doesn't have any like jarringly different things that switch from one to the other. The synths, the string synths come in, they kind of come out, and then the chime synths and the other parts of the keyboard runs just sort of slot in. They're not really like jumping out at you.
Yeah.
And
The do do do, that's very like, it makes you think like very twinkly. I like
yes,
it.
and PS1 era games really liked that particular type of synth sound, and that's definitely what was inspired by this one. I kind of get the idea that you're moving down like a mechanical or like a futuristic corridor, again, moving sidewalk, and then
Yes.
you're seeing like ads or like the neon banners and stuff through like a city. That's kind of the general vibe that I got from that one.
Oh, I can definitely see it. Yeah.
Lava King says I'm going to bed because it's 12:11. That is fair. We're definitely running long. We've only got a couple tracks left, so we'll finish up soon.
Have a good night, Lava King.
But
Night.
but yeah, thanks for tuning in, Lava King. Appreciate your input on all this stuff, especially as
Listen.
a mecha aficionado. So like I mentioned to for anyone else on the stream, as soon as we get done, these videos will go live on YouTube, and the Bandcamp stuff will go live. It's already on Spotify entitled both the BGM projects we've talked about tonight. And maybe I'll post links in the Discord for the media too, so if people want to get at them, they can get them from there too.
Whatever you missed tonight, go on Spotify or wherever else.
Yeah, again, the uh, stuff that I put together here, especially for Kondo, who's also a streamer like me, these tracks are meant to be royalty free stuff for streamers and content creators to use. You can stream them directly from sites like Tidal or Spotify. If you want to put them in YouTube videos as background music or whatever, you can download them for free on Bandcamp and just put $0 in the field. But these are resources for my fellow content creators to just use, or if you just like to listen to it too. I'm not gonna say you should only listen to them on streaming platforms, but it does pay me, so there's that. But yeah, we'll have all the links and everything available after the stream for folks. And then the VOD and archive of this particular stream with us talking, that'll go up on the YouTube channel as well. So if people want to hear what Pwups and Banannie and I talked about and how far we derailed off topic, then that will go up there for posterity. But that said, again, I really like this one just because it's a bit different in vibe. But with that, we can move on. Unless if you two have any comments on this one, by all means. I'm not trying to speed us along, but I know it's late for
Oh
Banannie, so.
no. Yeah, no, the like I said, the twinkling's really nice. Um and I definitely see what you mean as far as like the moving sidewalk stuff.
When I had recorded this one before I had a name for it, but
Hmm.
as I was putting together the titles and the track list, I was like, yeah, that seems to really fit for this one. Sometimes the ideas work out quickly. All right,
Yeah.
let's move on to track number 8.
Yeah.
It's Power Source. All right. That was Power Source.
I like the wibbly wobbly upturn, like and it
Yeah,
while
so
it's wobbling.
this
That's fun.
one this one has a pretty prominent bass line, which the first thing you hear as soon as it starts. And the beat goes on for a bit, and then kind of like Bananny saying in the chat, there's a couple different distinct sections on this one, unlike the last one, which has a bit more of like a smooth progression. But the most noteworthy thing is the slicer comes back. As soon as
Slicer.
the mid synth comes back and you start hearing that kind of short choppy synth line come in. This
Hmm.
one, and Froggy had mentioned it further up in the chat too. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think I did a panning effect on that chopping slicer as well. Anyone who's listening in headphones, the stream output I believe is in mono, but for the actual track when it's released, you should be able to hear that sound moving around your headphones because of that pan effect. It's essentially switching sides, like it's moving around you. I think I did that for
Gotcha.
this one,
Maybe
which
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was just listening to the wobbles. I didn't notice it.
yeah, it's definitely a pretty audible distortion. I know I've done it on some of them, maybe not the more recent ones or the older ones so much as the more recent entries. But in addition to getting that kind of broken up, chopped effect, you can also do things like have it move between sound channels. Essentially, that's what pan does, which is pretty handy.
Very cool.
But
This
yeah,
one definitely feels, yeah.
this was one of the more recent ones to be done as far as the tracks go. You could tell because the older ones don't have that slicer effect at all.
Okay.
I do my best to
Only the
not
new
run
ones
that
do.
effect into the ground, but it's fun for electronic stuff.
I'm into it. I really like so far for this album, I really liked this one and some of the not like as far as like the most. This one and then one of the other like two or three previous ones were really like I feel like those are the more kind of upbeat ones. And this one in particular just goes into so many different directions.
Yeah, it's kind of it got like a bouncy tempo, something you could dance to,
Yeah.
which is generally the vibe I was going for this one. Some of the ones are a bit more again subdued, and some of them are slower. But I feel like if you were in a club, doing club things, it wouldn't necessarily be outside the realm of.
You know, club things.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just club things.
Snorting some coke. Just kidding.
Is that what people do at clubs?
I'm only
Probably.
assuming. I've never done it.
I guess I've been to the wrong clubs.
You know, they go to the bathroom and then God knows what happens in there.
Oh yeah, that
Mysteries. Mysteries beyond our comprehension.
Yeah. Another thing with the power source one too, I was kind of like envisioning like you know how like in Wreck-It Ralph the characters can move through power cords?
Yes.
I was kind of thinking that, like moving through one of those, like a little bit of
Ooh.
a ball of energy through like all these cords of sorts, and how they use it as a kind of a train station hub area, and they travel through all of them through there.
it seems like a track that would be at home in a rhythm game.
Ooh, yeah. I think that'd be a fun
Nice.
idea.
It's a DDR track. That was my intention from the very beginning.
Hmm.
Reminds me, I haven't talked about this at all, but another type of music I really want to learn how to make is Eurobeat.
Ooh,
Oh,
yes.
Eurobeat.
Eurobeat's one of my favorite types of like electronic music. It's great workout music. It's fun. It's stupid, but it's fun.
Okay, that's
And
what makes it so good.
yeah, I know FL Studio has the like the synth presets do like those really kind of like overdriven. I don't even know if they're like a string synth or what, but you know what I'm talking about. Any Eurobeat song.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, chiptune and Eurobeat. Those are two styles of music I want to be able to make because they're fun.
Coming up sooner or later.
Coming soon to a theater near you.
We'll see. All right, home stretch. We have two left. Track
Okay,
nine,
Yeah.
we got
Metallic
this.
Cityscape. What was that?
We're only 4 hours in.
Do you work early in the morning, Banani?
uh, yeah, but like I have terrible sleep schedules already. Um, I usually go to bed around like this time or so, and then I wake up at like 6 or 6:30 a.m.
Jeez. Okay.
It's fine.
Sounds like my schedule.
Yeah.
Are you a worse schedule, Raku?
Oh,
Don't
much
even.
worse. Like go to sleep at 2 in the morning, wake up at 6
Jesus.
Disgusting behavior.
with no caffeine.
Oh my God. Yeah, stay awake.
Just pure speed. Wouldn't
Gotta go
recommend.
fast.
All right, with that in mind, track 9. Don't worry about it. Kondo says no caffeine. You are wrong. I stopped drinking caffeine when the pandemic happened. I used to drink tea, like green teas and the like, and then I stopped. So I think my trade off is that I take naps sometimes in the afternoon. And if I'm not careful, if I fall asleep for like 3 hours in the afternoon, it absolutely demolishes my sleep schedule even worse. So I try not to do that. Don't be a gremlin. Although, Pwups, I know your sleep schedule's terrible too, so I know you can't say much. Based on what you told me recently, that's way worse. That's way worse.
We're
Ugh.
a bunch of internet gremlins. It's what we do.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, I would normally be asleep by now, but it's fine.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Track 9. Let's go. Let's power through. Track 9, Metallic Cityscape. This one has kind of a weird story. I won't spend a lot of time on it so we can keep moving, but I see Froggy said music plays as you approach the end. Yeah, it's kind of got a marching tempo to it, straightforward like 4/4, and it's got a steady clip to it. Thing about that is I had to redo the percussion line, the rhythm. The original version of this track I recorded and had loaded for the release had a percussion rhythm that was twice as fast. It was almost more like a drum and bass rhythm, and it was everything else was the same. The kind of rapid bass line, the string synths, the chorus synths, everything else was the same, but the rhythm was much faster. And I went back and forth, and I decided that it didn't fit. It sounded really at odds with the rhythms of everything else. So I went back and slowed it down and made it a constant, like 4/4, slower tempo, which I think works better. This one seems in places, just to my ears, that sometimes it seems like the beat and the synths and bass line are competing a little, but it doesn't get off tempo so much that it's jarring. But I think it's because the way the loop works is the first track you record, it syncs the BPM and how it loops everything to whatever that track's BPM is. And if you delete that first track, then it switches to the second one. It doesn't just reset. And then if you re record the first one, it's synced to the BPM looping on the second track, I believe. And so having the rhythm synced initially and then deleting it out and then re putting it back in causes it to sync a little bit differently. I think that's why it's like that. But
Oh,
I listened to it enough times and it didn't create enough of a problem that I thought the track needed to be redone completely from scratch. But the initial version was weirder. It was like too fast. The rhythm was too fast for everything else, and then it didn't seem to fit.
yeah, I feel like if you made it any faster, it'd be kind of like the one that we felt was like a little bit more racetracky.
Yeah. Well, the problem is it'd be just the rhythm that's faster, and none of the other
Yeah,
parts would speed up to meet it. So you'd have
kind
the
of
beat.
interested in how that sounds. Yeah.
It's a little bit weird.
Just speed it up. Listen to it on 2 times speed in the YouTube player.
I think I can pull it
Nightcore
up
it.
because
Yeah, no
you
core.
guys can hear the audio if you want to hear like a real quick snippet of it.
Yeah.
Where I put it in scraps, I think,
Mm.
aka
Squat.
the folder of this is not making a release because there's something wrong with it.
Ooh, the
Where
rejects. I also find like the kind of like oh sort of stuff that's not like it's not vocals, but it sounds like vocals.
they're choir synths.
Choir
Yeah,
synths. Okay, so it is
why?
kind of like a vocal thing. Gotcha.
Yep, it's like
So
a digitized version. It's meant to sound like sung voices, and there's
yeah.
there's a whole bunch of them that there are instrument presets on the synthesizers that are like that. Some are like an ensemble, and some are just like one voice, and depending on how high up or low you go on, either sounds like a female voice or a male voice.
Oh.
And
Ooh.
so if you octave them and play chords at the same time, you can have it sound like a low end group of guys complementing like some altos or sopranos, female voices. It's kind of cool the way it works. All right.
I have like a keyboard, like one of those electronic keyboards, and it had like one of those like kind of like doo 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 like kind of chorusy vocal sounding kind of things. Makes me think of that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you take those instruments and you run them through some of the filter presets on the loop because then they
Hmm.
muffle and it changes. And instead of sounding like someone singing, it almost sounds more kind of like muffled. It's a completely different instrument. It's kind of neat.
Yeah,
Okay,
very unique.
I found the file.
Yes.
Let's see. Let me know if you can hear the audio without me changing the stream. Let's see if it works. I know the stream on Twitch itself will be able to hear it, but the Discord call might not. All right, real quick. You guys able to hear anything, or do I need to switch the source?
I don't think
I don't hear.
so.
Yeah, okay. I gotta switch to VLC, which will be fine. I'll set it back. Where is it? reshare.
Ooh.
There we go. How about now?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play like a minute of this, and you'll get the idea. This is the scrapped version of Metallic Cityscape.
No, yeah, I see what you mean. Ooh.
Oh, this feels like a beat 'em up song almost.
Yeah.
Like this is the serious moment in a beat 'em up game.
Different vibe.
So the actual vocal and melody synths are too slow. I think everything else would probably be okay, even the bass line. Everything else is too slow, and as a result, it sounds really weird.
No, I see what you mean. Huh.
Yeah, I had to go record that one again, but that's all right.
I definitely think it made it more unique, the newer version.
It's more straightforward.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound quite as weird. Okay, let me reshare for YouTube. There's a glimpse
Yeah.
behind the scenes for all of you folks that are watching. Um, all right. Any other final thoughts on Metallic Cityscape?
It was an interesting song. It's got that like I always think on any of the songs with like the choir mix sounds it always has like an interesting sort of more serious boss vibes. I don't know what it is about it, but it just gives them more oh shit's going down.
It's more dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds more dramatic. It's like it's the one winged angel treatment. If
Honestly,
the main
yes.
parts of the vocals in One Winged Angel were done with like an instrument and not voices, it wouldn't sound nearly as impactful.
Mm.
At least
That's
that's what I
true.
think, because it's Latin, I think, right?
I think so.
If it was just nothing but hee hee hoos, it would not be as impactful.
So
Hee
cute.
hoo. Hee hee hoo.
It'd be funny. It wouldn't be impactful though.
No, I can't stop thinking about that.
You're the one who said it on one of our streams. We're talking about Clown Sephiroth on one of our Salt Table streams.
Oh,
So it's Pwups' fault.
Oh, it's my fault.
Yeah, you were
I
the one
don't
I was talking
remember
to. You're the one
this.
who said it, and it was funny.
I have the memory of a goldfish. I don't remember this conversation.
Well, it's on stream.
Okay.
there's proof it exists.
So, apparently.
Okay, last track, track
Last
10,
track. Ooh,
Last
Cyber
one.
Choir.
Ooh,
Ooh.
what a name.
Yeah, no hints as to what it sounds like, huh? All right, let's check it out. right, and with that, we are at the end of Far Future Days. So
A
that one,
journey.
it has been a journey. That song, Cyber Choir, was another one that was created on stream. In fact, that one was created before the other one earlier in the beginning. Well, some people, again, might recognize when we created that one live, but it delivers what the title suggests. It focuses on that sung choir synth that we saw in the previous one,
Very cool.
and kind of has a bit of like a finality to it. It sounds like you're at the end of something. That's kind of why I stuck it at the end of the album.
Checks out.
Yeah.
I like that it wasn't like you know I was saying boots and cats. Definitely could hear like that beat.
Yep.
It does change though, like throughout.
Yeah, there's
To
a rhythm switch up in like the
yeah.
first third, which is done using the beat scatter of track effect on the loop station, which basically takes anything that's subject to the effect and chops it and screws it in a certain pattern. And so it's really handy for switching up a rhythm and changing the flow of something. And so I threw that in there to switch things up and make it so it's not quite as uniform, single 1 2 1 2 the entire time.
I like
But as a whole, across both of the projects, we'll do kind of like a wrap up, and then I'll let you folks go to sleep. Uh, Thank you for the kind words in chat, Froggy. Hopefully, this project was interesting. The
yeah.
the art again really brings everything together. So for Pwups on Lounge and for Banannie on Days, again, huge shout out to them for working through the process and coming up with these awesome set pieces and pieces of art that go along with my music. It was the first time I've done something like this at this scale for commissioned art. Kind of different from the animation we did on Lost Kingdom, and I definitely would want to do that again in the future.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It was something that I haven't really had a chance to do in a really long time. And I really had a lot of fun with it. There was like challenges. But I don't know. I felt like I came up with something that I was very satisfied, very proud of.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
think,
Raku. It was an interesting experience, even though as painful as art is sometimes, there's an accomplishment there, actually getting it done. So that's cool.
yeah, and I think being able to share that with everybody in the community and say, here's kind of a culmination of ideas. We didn't have like a strict outline of everything. We kind of put some ideas together and brought it into like a final product, which is probably a little bit non-standard way of doing it, but I think it worked. And we have Froggy himself subscribing at tier 1. Thank you for the resub, Froggy.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're, you're so kind.
Nice. Nice.
Before we jump off, you two, Pwups and Banannie, would you like to promote or plug
Oh
anything that
gosh.
you're working on? Again, this will be is part of the archive, and then what I'll do is I'll put a link to your stuff in the video description on YouTube. So I know Pwups, do you want me to link your Twitter or do you want me to link your
Uh,
Tumblr?
yeah, you can just link my Twitter. I don't really go anywhere, and I don't really do anything. So if you find me somewhere, wow, congratulations.
Okay, and I know
A
Banana's
rare
got
plant.
a YouTube channel. You want me to just at your YouTube channel like I've done?
Yeah, that works. I need to update it a little bit. I have I did a lot of the work on the Procreate app on the iPad, and that actually has a feature where it records a lot of your drawing process. So if I can get myself to do it, which it's not going to be difficult, I might try and upload some drawing process videos of a majority of these. I think that'd be really fun. But yeah, I usually do streaming. Currently, I'm doing a hiatus because we're in the process of moving, but I hope to get back into it like late June, early May, with some kind of newer features, kind of more interactive, more personal features on my Twitch. And that's where, and it's art stream where I draw requests usually on Wednesdays. Yeah.
Yeah, I can link your I'll link your Twitch and at your YouTube. Maybe I'll put your Twitter,
Yeah.
do all three in the description.
Anything.
That
I
way,
have a link tree if you want to use that. I am honestly debating changing what I use for my link because like I think they were trying to get involved in NFTs and I never had a chance to move.
Oh
oh
boy.
I don't know
Oh
what
boy.
the yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
yeah, if you want to send it to me at some point, it doesn't have to be tonight. You can send it to me
Okay,
tomorrow.
yeah.
I'll update the description with links.
Either or every like my YouTube's got the link tree, Twitch has the link tree, everything's got the link tree. So find me that way. I might post it in the Discord, but like I said earlier, I've got like a Toy House account with like a lot of OCs on there. Still a work in progress, but I'm trying to like really fill it up with some of their more individual art that's I've drawn over the years. So that will, like we were talking about earlier, like showing progress, old to new. That will definitely show that.
Oh, that makes
Kind of
sense.
fun. Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that said, I think we will go ahead and call it a stream. I'll go ahead and pull the stream here. Since it's getting late. We'll raid someone next time. But thanks again to my co-hosts, Pwups and Banannie, for jumping on for this marathon. I honestly didn't think we'd go almost 5 hours, but we talked a lot, and it was good
Talk about
discussion.
anime.
Yeah, but I will be back on Sunday. I think be looking at the latest Monster Hunter update and getting
Ooh,
pulverized by
Monster.
angry dragons.
Wearing cool armor.
That's right. So until next time, hope you all have a good evening, and I will catch you later.
Night,
Good
everybody.
night. Night night.